What if Fawkes chose Harry at age 3 and made him the first Phoenix-bonded wizard in 1,000 years? Chapter 1, The burning day. The cupboard under the stairs was dark. Always dark. 3-year-old Harry Potter hugged his knees to his chest, trying to make himself smaller. His glasses, too big for his tiny face and held together with tape, slid down his nose. Outside the locked door, Uncle Vernon's footsteps made the stairs creak. "Boy! What did you do to Dudley's toys?" Vernon's voice boomed through the thin door. Harry trembled. He hadn't done anything, not on purpose. But weird things happened around him. Today, when Dudley had hit him with the new robot, the toy had suddenly melted in his cousin's hand. Not completely, just enough to warp the plastic into something unusable. The lock clicked. The door swung open. Vernon Dursley's massive frame blocked all light from the hallway. "I asked you a question, boy." "I didn't mean to," Harry whispered. Vernon grabbed Harry's arm, yanking him out of the cupboard. "More of your freakishness. Just like your worthless parents." Harry's feet barely touched the floor as Vernon dragged him into the kitchen. Aunt Petunia stood by the sink, lips pinched in a tight line. Dudley sat at the table, shoving cake into his mouth while shooting Harry triumphant looks. "We've put a roof over your head, fed you, clothed you," Vernon hissed, his face turning purple. "And this is how you repay us? By breaking Dudley's things with your abnormality." "I didn't," Vernon's hand rose. Harry flinched, squeezing his eyes shut. The blow never came. Instead, the kitchen exploded with light. Harry opened his eyes to a burst of flame hovering in the air between him and Uncle Vernon. The flame expanded, taking shape, wings, a head, a tail. A bird, bigger than any Harry had ever seen, materialized from the fire itself. Its feathers gleamed crimson and gold. Its black eyes fixed on Harry with startling intelligence. And when it opened its beak and sang, the sound filled the kitchen with something Harry had never felt before: hope. "What the devil?" Vernon stumbled backward, crashing into the refrigerator. Petunia screamed. Dudley's fork clattered to his plate. The magnificent bird floated down and landed gently on Harry's shoulder. It should have been heavy, but somehow it wasn't. It felt warm and right, like the bird belonged there. "Get that thing out of my house!" Vernon roared, recovering from his shock. He lunged forward. The bird, somehow Harry knew it was called a phoenix, trilled a warning note. A shield of golden light erupted around Harry. When Vernon's fingers touched it, he yelped and jerked his hand back as if burned. "It's one of them!" Petunia shrieked. "One of their freakish creatures. I knew they'd come eventually, just like my sister, contaminating everything normal." The phoenix nudged Harry's cheek with its head. An odd sensation flooded through him, like someone speaking directly into his mind without words. Not language, but feelings, images, intentions. Safety. Escape. Come. Harry nodded, understanding perfectly. "We need to go," he said, his voice suddenly steadier than it had ever been. "You're not going anywhere, boy," Vernon bellowed, grabbing a broom from beside the refrigerator. The phoenix spread its magnificent wings. Harry felt heat building around them both, not burning, but comforting, like slipping into a warm bath. The bird's talons gently gripped his pajama top. Vernon swung the broom. "I said," fire engulfed them. Harry gasped, but felt no pain, only a curious sensation of dissolving. The Dursleys' kitchen vanished. For a moment, there was nothing but flame and wind and song. Then the world reformed around them. They stood in a circular office filled with strange silver instruments that whirred and puffed smoke. Bookshelves lined the walls. Portraits hung everywhere, portraits whose occupants moved and whispered to each other, pointing at Harry. Behind a massive desk sat an old man with a long silver beard and half-moon spectacles. He looked up from a parchment, his quill freezing mid-sentence. His blue eyes widened in absolute shock. Fawkes? The old man stood slowly. What have you? His gaze fell on Harry. Oh my. Oh my indeed. Harry clutched the phoenix's, Fawkes, tail feathers for support. Where am I? You are at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, young Harry, the old man said, moving around the desk. And I am Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster here. Harry blinked. Witchcraft? Wizardry? Yes, my boy. You are a wizard, as were your parents before you. Uncle Vernon says magic isn't real. Dumbledore's eyes hardened for just a moment. Your uncle is incorrect about many things. He gestured to Fawkes, who remained perched on Harry's shoulder. My friend Fawkes here is a phoenix, a magical creature of immense power and goodness. He has been my companion for many decades. Fawkes trilled, a sound that seemed to disagree. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose higher. Or rather, he was my companion. It appears he has made a rather unexpected choice. Harry reached up hesitantly to stroke Fawkes's feathers. They felt warm and silky beneath his fingers. He saved me. Did he now? Dumbledore's voice was gentle. Perhaps you might tell me from what he saved you, Harry. Before Harry could answer, the office door burst open. A woman in emerald green robes rushed in, her black hair pulled back in a tight bun. Albus, the wards at Privet Drive have completely, she stopped, seeing Harry. Is that, it can't be, Potter. Indeed, Minerva. It seems we have an unexpected situation. The woman, Minerva, moved closer, her sharp eyes taking in Harry's two large pajamas, the bruise forming on his arm where Vernon had grabbed him, and the phoenix still perched on his shoulder. Albus, is that Fawkes? What in Merlin's name is happening? I believe, Dumbledore said slowly, that we are witnessing something that hasn't occurred in nearly 1,000 years. He looked from Harry to the phoenix and back again. A phoenix bond. Minerva gasped. Impossible. Evidently not. Harry watched them warily. Adults talking about him like he wasn't there, that was familiar. But these adults were different. They wore strange clothes. They talked about magic like it was normal. And they kept looking at him with expressions he couldn't quite place. Harry, Dumbledore said, I need to understand what happened at your aunt and uncle's home. Can you tell me? Harry hesitated. The Dursleys had always made it clear, what happened in their home stayed private. Telling meant punishment. But the Dursleys weren't here, and Fawkes's presence made Harry feel braver. Uncle Vernon was going to hit me, Harry said quietly. Because Dudley's toy melted. I didn't mean to do it. It just happened when Dudley hit me with it. Minerva's lips thinned dangerously. Accidental magic. Perfectly normal for a child his age. And then Fawkes came, Harry continued, warming to his story now. He appeared in fire, right in the kitchen. And he made a shield when Uncle Vernon tried to grab me again. Then he brought me here. Dumbledore and Minerva exchanged grave looks. This changes everything, Albus, Minerva said. The blood protection may no longer be necessary, Dumbledore finished. Phoenix magic is among the most powerful protective forces known to wizardkind. He stroked his beard thoughtfully. Though I admit, I never expected. He trailed off, looking troubled. Fawkes trilled again, the sound somehow reassuring. Harry felt the phoenix's intentions again, not words, but clear meaning. Protection. Choice. Purpose. Fawkes chose me, Harry said simply. Dumbledore nodded. So it seems. And a phoenix's choice is not made lightly or without reason. He sighed deeply. I had plans for your protection, Harry, plans that now require significant reconsideration. A sudden clamoring from the portraits interrupted them. The ministry delegation has arrived, announced a portrait of a severe-looking wizard. They're demanding entrance to the castle. Already? Minerva looked alarmed. How could they know so quickly? The Department of Magical Creatures has monitoring charms for rare magical beings, Dumbledore explained. A phoenix changing allegiance would certainly trigger them. He straightened his robes. Minerva, please take Harry to the hospital wing. Have Poppy examine him thoroughly. I'll deal with our unexpected guests. Of course. Minerva extended her hand to Harry. Come along, Mr. Potter. Harry didn't move. What's going to happen now? Do I have to go back to the Dursleys? No, Dumbledore said firmly. Whatever arrangements we make for your future, you will not be returning to that house. Relief flooded through Harry. Fawkes sang a short, happy note that seemed to brighten the entire room. Professor McGonagall will take good care of you while I speak with the ministry officials, Dumbledore continued. They will be very interested in what has happened today. Harry took Professor McGonagall's hand. It was warm and firm, not at all like Aunt Petunia's reluctant, bony grip on the rare occasions she'd been forced to hold his hand in public. As they left the office and descended a moving staircase, Harry whispered, "Is magic really real?" McGonagall's severe expression softened slightly. "Yes, Mr. Potter. Magic is very real. And from what I've just witnessed, you may have a great deal of it." Fawkes remained on Harry's shoulder as they walked through stone corridors that seemed impossibly large. Suits of armor turned their helmets to watch them pass. Paintings called out greetings. Staircases moved of their own accord. Harry's head swiveled constantly, trying to take in everything at once. "What's a phoenix bond?" Harry finally asked. McGonagall's pace faltered slightly. "It is an extremely rare magical connection between a phoenix and a wizard or witch. The last recorded bond was with Godric Gryffindor himself, nearly 1,000 years ago." "Who's Godric Gryffindor?" "One of the 4 founders of Hogwarts," McGonagall explained. "This is a very ancient school, Mr. Potter. Over 1,000 years old. Godric Gryffindor was one of the greatest wizards who ever lived. And he had a phoenix too. Like Fawkes." "Yes. Though not Fawkes specifically. Phoenixes are immortal in their way, they die and are reborn from their own ashes, but Fawkes has been with Professor Dumbledore for many decades." She gave the bird a thoughtful look. "Until today." They arrived at a set of double doors. McGonagall pushed them open to reveal a long room lined with beds, all empty. At the far end, a woman in an old-fashioned nurse's uniform looked up from a desk. "Minerva?" "What's?" The nurse's eyes widened when she saw Harry and Fawkes. "Is that who I think it is?" "Yes, Poppy. Harry Potter needs a thorough examination. There have been, concerning developments at his previous placement." The nurse, Poppy, bustled over. Her kind but businesslike demeanor reminded Harry of a nurse at his preschool who had once put a plaster on his knee when he fell. "Up on the bed, dear," she instructed. "The phoenix will need to move temporarily." Harry looked at Fawkes uncertainly. The phoenix trilled softly and flew to perch on a nearby chair, still watching Harry intently. "Never seen anything like it," Poppy murmured as she helped Harry onto a bed. "A phoenix bond, at his age." She waved what Harry assumed must be a wand over him. Different colored lights appeared, forming shapes and symbols that made no sense to him but caused the nurse's expression to darken. "Malnutrition," she muttered. "Vitamin deficiencies. Evidence of untreated injuries. Minerva, this child has a poorly healed fracture in his left arm." McGonagall's nostrils flared. "Those despicable muggles. Albus assured us they would care for him." "There's something else," Poppy said, her wand hovering over Harry's forehead where his lightning-shaped scar stood out against his pale skin. "The cursed scar, it's different. I examined him right after that night, and there was a dark residue. It's gone now." "Gone." McGonagall moved closer. "How is that possible?" "Phoenix tears have extraordinary healing properties," Poppy said, glancing at Fawkes. But this is more than healing. It's as if something was cleansed away entirely. Harry listened to them discussing him, trying to piece together what they were saying. Curse scar. That night? The grown-ups clearly knew things about him that he didn't know himself. Excuse me, he said, his small voice cutting through their conversation. What curse? What happened to me? The two women exchanged looks. Mr. Potter, McGonagall began carefully, has no one ever told you about your parents? About how they died? Harry shook his head. Aunt Petunia said they died in a car crash. Because my dad was drunk. McGonagall's eyes flashed dangerously. That is an absolute falsehood. Your parents were murdered, Mr. Potter, murdered by a very evil wizard called. She hesitated, then steeled herself. Called Voldemort. Minerva. Poppy gasped. He should know the name, McGonagall said firmly. Fear of a name increases fear of the thing itself. Voldemort, Harry repeated. The name felt strange on his tongue. He was a dark wizard who terrorized our world, McGonagall continued. Your parents fought against him bravely. On Halloween night, when you were just a year old, he came to your home and killed them. Harry felt a cold weight settle in his stomach. He killed them with magic. Yes. With a curse that no one has ever survived, except you, Mr. Potter. He tried to kill you too, but somehow, the curse rebounded. It left you with that scar, but Voldemort himself vanished, believed destroyed by his own rebounded curse. I survived a curse that nobody else survived. Harry tried to make sense of this. Is that why Fawkes chose me? Fawkes trilled from his perch, the sound neither confirming nor denying. We don't know, McGonagall admitted. Phoenix magic is ancient and not fully understood, even by the most learned wizards. But what happened today is unprecedented in modern times. Poppy had continued her examination while they talked. He'll need several potions to address the nutritional deficiencies, she told McGonagall. And proper meals, regular, balanced meals. The Phoenix bond may accelerate his healing, but we shouldn't rely on that alone. A silver shape suddenly appeared, a bird made of light. It opened its beak and spoke with Dumbledore's voice, "Bring Harry back to my office, please. There are matters we must discuss immediately." The ghostly bird dissolved into mist. A Patronus message, McGonagall explained, seeing Harry's wide eyes. Come along, Mr. Potter. We shouldn't keep the headmaster waiting. Harry slid off the bed. Fawkes immediately returned to his shoulder. The Phoenix felt heavier now, as if the magical examination had made Harry more aware of the bird's physical presence. As they retraced their steps through the castle, Harry's mind whirled with questions. His parents had been murdered by an evil wizard. He had survived a curse no one else had survived. And now a magical bird had chosen him, forming a bond that hadn't happened in 1,000 years. It was a lot to process for a 3-year-old, even one who had never really been allowed to be a child. When they returned to Dumbledore's office, Harry was surprised to find several new people there. A tall, balding man with red hair stood near the desk, looking friendly but concerned. Beside him, a plump woman with the same vibrant red hair held the hand of a small boy about Harry's age, who stared at Harry with undisguised curiosity. On the other side of the room stood a man in stiff, formal robes. His hair was slicked back, his posture rigid. He had a notebook and quill floating beside him, taking notes of their own accord. Ah, Minerva, Harry, thank you for joining us, Dumbledore said. Harry, these are Arthur and Molly Weasley, and their son Ron. The red-haired woman, Molly, made a small noise when she saw Harry properly. Her free hand flew to her mouth. Oh, the poor lamb, she whispered. Arthur, look at him. He's all skin and bones. Arthur Weasley nodded gravely. Albus has explained some of the situation, Harry. We're very pleased to meet you. The other man cleared his throat pointedly. And this, Dumbledore continued, his tone noticeably cooler, is Broderick Hawkworth from the Department of Magical Creatures at the Ministry of Magic. Hawkworth stepped forward, his eyes fixed not on Harry but on Fawkes. Truly remarkable, he said. The first documented Phoenix bond since Godric Gryffindor. The research possibilities are extraordinary. Research that will not be conducted without appropriate permissions and oversight, Dumbledore said firmly. Harry is a child, not a test subject. Hawkworth's smile didn't reach his eyes. Of course, Headmaster. But surely you understand the importance of studying such a phenomenon. Phoenix magic is one of the least understood branches of magical theory. The boy's welfare comes first, McGonagall said sharply. Obviously. Hawkworth flicked his wand, and his floating quill made a sharp notation. However, there are protocols for magical creatures bonding with underage wizards. Assessments must be made. Records kept. Fawkes isn't a pet, Harry said suddenly. Everyone turned to look at him. He chose me. Fawkes trilled loudly, the sound clearly approving. Indeed he did, my boy, Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling. And that choice has created certain complications that we must address. He gestured to the Weasleys. Arthur and Molly have generously offered to take you into their home, at least temporarily. We have 7 children altogether, Arthur explained. 6 boys and a girl. Ron here is closest to your age. Ron waved shyly. Hi. We have plenty of room, Molly added warmly. And goodness knows one more child won't make much difference in the chaos. Hawkworth made a disapproving sound. With all due respect, Headmaster, this requires more consideration. The boy who lived, now bonded with a phoenix, this is unprecedented. The Ministry will want to ensure appropriate security measures. Not to mention the research opportunities. I've made my decision, Broderick, Dumbledore interrupted. The blood wards at Privet Drive have failed. Harry's relatives have proven unsuitable as guardians. The Weasleys are a respected magical family who can provide Harry with the care and understanding he needs while we determine more permanent arrangements. Hawkworth's mouth thinned to a line. Minister Fudge will hear about this. I've already sent him an owl explaining the situation, Dumbledore replied calmly. I believe he will agree that Harry's well-being must be our primary concern. The standoff between the two men was broken when Ron tugged free from his mother's hand and approached Harry cautiously. Is that really a phoenix? He asked, eyes wide with wonder. Harry nodded. His name is Fawkes. Wicked. Ron grinned. Charlie, that's my brother, he works with dragons in Romania. But even he's never seen a phoenix up close. Harry found himself smiling back. He'd never had a proper conversation with another boy before. Dudley made sure no one at preschool talked to the freak. Do you really want me to come stay with you? Harry asked, looking from Ron to his parents. Of course we do, dear, Molly said warmly. We've prepared Ron's room for both of you. It'll be like having a brother, won't it, Ron? Ron nodded enthusiastically. You can have the extra bed. It's not fancy or anything, but Mum's got it all made up with fresh sheets. The simple kindness of this offer made Harry's throat tight. A real bed. People who actually wanted him around. It seemed too good to be true. Fawkes rubbed his head against Harry's cheek, sending a wave of reassurance through their bond. Safe. Welcome. Right. Okay, Harry said. Thank you. Excellent, Dumbledore clapped his hands together. Now, there are a few matters to settle before you leave. Poppy has provided potions for Harry's health issues. Minerva will arrange for some suitable clothing. I've got loads you can borrow, Ron interrupted. Mum can shrink them to fit. And I'll be knitting you a sweater straight away, Molly added. Everyone in the family gets one. Harry blinked rapidly, overwhelmed by their kindness. Hawkworth stepped forward again. Before they leave, Headmaster, I must insist on establishing a schedule for the boys' assessments. The department will require regular updates on the bond's development. I will bring young Harry to the ministry once a month, Dumbledore said, his tone making it clear this was a concession. For no more than 2 hours of non-invasive observation. Any tests must be approved by both myself and the Weasleys as his temporary guardians. Hawkworth looked like he wanted to argue but thought better of it. Very well. I'll draw up the paperwork. He flicked his wand and his floating quill and notebook disappeared into his pocket. Good day. After Hawkworth left, the atmosphere in the office lightened considerably. I don't trust that man, McGonagall said bluntly. Nor do I, Dumbledore agreed. Which is why we will be very careful with how much access he has to Harry. He turned to the Weasleys. Arthur, Molly, I cannot thank you enough for stepping in on such short notice. It's nothing, Albus, Arthur said. After what you've told us about those muggles. He shook his head in disgust. There is one more thing, Dumbledore said. He reached into his desk and pulled out a slender wooden box. Harry, this belonged to your father. I've been keeping it safe until you were older, but given today's developments, I believe you should have it now. He opened the box to reveal a wand, polished and gleaming. A wand? McGonagall looked shocked. Albus, he's only 3 years old. Nearly 4, Dumbledore corrected. And under normal circumstances, I would agree. But these circumstances are far from normal. He gestured to Fawkes. The Phoenix bond will accelerate his magical development. Better he learn control early than risk accidental outbursts. Harry stared at the wand, feeling a strange pull toward it. That was my dad's. Yes. Mahogany, 11 inches, pliable. Excellent for transfiguration. Dumbledore held the box out to Harry. Go ahead, take it. Hesitantly, Harry reached out. The moment his fingers closed around the wand, warmth spread up his arm. Red and gold sparks shot from the tip, dancing around the room. Fawkes sang a joyful note, wings half spread in approval. Extraordinary, Dumbledore murmured. Complete compatibility. Most unusual for a borrowed wand. Is that good? Harry asked. Very good, Dumbledore assured him. It means your father's wand has accepted you as its new master. He smiled gently. I think James would be pleased. Harry clutched the wand carefully. It was the first real connection to his father he'd ever had. Not drunk. Not worthless. A wizard. A fighter against evil. Now then, Dumbledore continued, you should be on your way. The other Weasley children will be wondering where their parents have gone off to. Arthur nodded. We'll use the Floo in the 3 broomsticks. Easier than trying to apparate with an extra child and a phoenix. Very wise, Dumbledore agreed. Minerva, would you escort them to Hogsmeade? McGonagall nodded. Of course. As they prepared to leave, Dumbledore pulled Harry aside for a private word. Harry, what happened today will change many things. People will be very interested in you, both because of what happened when you were a baby, and now because of Fawkes. Not all of this attention will be welcome or kind. Harry nodded solemnly. Life with the Dursleys had taught him that adults couldn't always be trusted. You can always send Fawkes to me with a message if you need help, Dumbledore continued. Phoenix transportation is among the most secure forms of communication. Thank you, sir, Harry said. Then, gathering his courage, he asked the question that had been nagging at him. Sir, why did Fawkes choose me? Dumbledore's eyes grew distant. That, my boy, is the question we all wish to answer. He smiled sadly. I had thought Fawkes and I would be companions until the end of my days. His choice to bond with you suggests he sees something special in your future, something perhaps even I cannot see. Harry didn't know how to respond to that. He looked at Fawkes, who gazed back with eyes that seemed to hold ancient wisdom. Come along, Mr. Potter, McGonagall called. The Weasleys are ready to depart. Harry followed her out, Fawkes gliding alongside him. As they walked through Hogwarts, Harry felt like he was leaving one strange dream and entering another. But this new dream, of magic and phoenix bonds and a family that might actually want him, seemed much better than the nightmare he was leaving behind. The village of Hogsmeade was like something from a storybook, thatched cottages and shops with names like Zonkos and Honeydukes. People stopped and stared as they passed. Harry wasn't sure if they were looking at him, at Fawkes, or at their strange procession as a whole. The Three Broomsticks was a pub filled with odd-looking patrons. A pretty woman with a bright smile greeted them. Minerva. Arthur and Molly too, what a surprise. And who's this little, she gasped, spotting Harry's scar. Is that? Yes, Rosmerta, but we'd appreciate discretion, McGonagall said quickly. We just need to use your flue. Of course, Rosmerta said, though she continued to stare at Harry and Fawkes. Right this way. She led them to a large fireplace where green flames danced merrily, though Harry noticed they didn't seem to be burning any wood. Harry, dear, Molly explained gently, we're going to travel by flue powder. It's how wizards get from place to place. You step into the fireplace, throw down some powder, say where you want to go, and it takes you there. Harry looked dubiously at the flames. It won't burn. Not at all, Arthur assured him. Watch Ron go first. Ron took a pinch of powder from a pot on the mantelpiece, stepped into the green flames, shouted, "The burrow," and vanished in a whoosh. Harry's eyes widened. He disappeared. He's already home, Molly explained. Now, you can go with me. Just hold my hand tight and don't let go. What about Fawkes? As if in answer, the phoenix disappeared in a flash of fire, only to reappear a moment later and trill softly. I believe he's telling us he'll meet you there, McGonagall said, looking impressed. Phoenix travel is instantaneous. Molly took Harry's hand and led him into the fireplace. The flames tickled but didn't burn. She threw down the powder, shouted, "The burrow," and suddenly they were spinning through a rush of green fire. Harry glimpsed dozens of other fireplaces flashing past before they were spat out onto a stone hearth. He stumbled, but Molly kept him upright. As his vision cleared, Harry found himself in the coziest room he'd ever seen. Mismatched furniture filled the space. A magical clock on the wall had hands with family members' names instead of numbers, all currently pointing to home. Knitting needles worked by themselves in a basket by a worn armchair. Ron stood nearby, grinning at Harry's dazed expression. First time's always rough, he said sympathetically. A moment later, Arthur appeared in the fireplace behind them. As he stepped out, brushing soot from his robes, the air above them shimmered with flame and Fawkes appeared, settling once again on Harry's shoulder. Bloody hell, a voice exclaimed. An older boy with the same flaming red hair as Ron appeared in a doorway. Is that a phoenix? Language, Fred. Molly scolded. I'm George, Mum, the boy protested. Honestly, your own son. Another identical boy appeared beside him. No, I'm George, he's Fred. And Mum, there's a phoenix in our living room. Before Molly could respond, the room filled with red-headed children of various ages, all talking at once. Is that Harry Potter? He's so small. Look at the scar. How'd he get a phoenix? Where's Dumbledore? Why's he here? Can I touch it? Harry shrank back against Molly, overwhelmed by the noise and attention. Fawkes spread his wings slightly, a quiet warning. Quiet. Arthur's voice cut through the chaos. The room fell silent immediately. That's better. Yes, this is Harry Potter. Yes, that's a phoenix named Fawkes. Harry will be staying with us for a while, and I expect all of you to make him feel welcome. But Dad, one of the twins said, how come he has a phoenix? I thought they were super rare. They are, Arthur confirmed. This is a very special situation that we'll explain properly over dinner. For now, let's give Harry some space to settle in. Ron, why don't you show him up to your room? Ron nodded eagerly. Come on, Harry. Harry followed Ron up several flights of creaky stairs. They passed doors marked with names, Percy, Fred and George, Charlie, Bill, Ginny, before reaching a door at the top with Ron painted in blue letters. Ron pushed it open to reveal a small but cheerful room painted orange. Posters of people on broomsticks zoomed around the walls. 2 beds had been squeezed into the space, one clearly newer than the other. That's yours, Ron said, pointing to the newer bed. It's not fancy, but it's comfy. Harry stared at the bed, his bed, with wonderment. It had a proper pillow. Blankets that weren't threadbare. No spiders like in his cupboard. It was the most wonderful thing he'd ever seen. It's brilliant, he whispered. Fawkes flew from his shoulder and perched on the headboard of Harry's bed, looking quite satisfied. The phoenix trilled softly. Does he talk to you? Ron asked, watching Fawkes with fascination. Harry shook his head. Not with words. But I can sort of feel what he means. Wicked, Ron breathed. So what's it like? The Bond thing? Harry thought for a moment. Warm. Like having someone who's always on your side. Like. He struggled to find words for something so complex. Like finding a piece of yourself you didn't know was missing. Ron nodded, clearly not fully understanding but accepting Harry's explanation. You must be really powerful, for a phoenix to choose you. Harry shrugged uncomfortably. I don't feel powerful. But you beat you-know-who when you were just a baby. And now a phoenix has bonded with you. Nobody does that. You know who? You know, Ron lowered his voice, the dark wizard. Vivold, he couldn't quite say it. Oh. Voldemort. Ron flinched. You said his name. Professor McGonagall said I should. That fear of a name increases fear of the thing itself. Ron looked impressed. You're brave. Harry had never thought of himself as brave before. Survival at the Dursleys meant keeping his head down, staying quiet, trying to be invisible. Being brave had never been an option. But maybe things were different now. A small red-headed girl peeked around the doorframe, her eyes wide. Ginny. Ron complained. Mum said to give Harry space. I just wanted to see the phoenix, she said, not taking her eyes off Fawkes. Fawkes tilted his head, regarding her with intelligent eyes, then trilled a welcoming note. See? He doesn't mind, Ginny said triumphantly. I'm Ginny. I'm 2. I'm Harry. I'm 3. Almost 4, Ron corrected. When's your birthday again? July 31st. That's only a couple months away. Ron said. Mum will make you a cake. She always makes brilliant cakes for birthdays. The idea of having a birthday cake, a real cake, not just watching Dudley devour one, made Harry's heart beat faster with excitement. More footsteps on the stairs heralded the arrival of the rest of the Weasley children. They crowded around the doorway, all trying to get a good look at Harry and Fawkes. I'm Percy, said the tallest boy importantly. I'm 7. Fred and George, the twins said in unison. We're 5. Charlie, said a stocky, freckled boy. 9. And that's Bill, he's 11 and starting Hogwarts this year. Bill, the oldest, gave Harry a friendly nod. Pretty cool, having a phoenix. Harry felt overwhelmed but in a good way. These children were nothing like Dudley. They seemed genuinely interested in him, not threatening or mocking. Dinner's ready. Molly called from downstairs. Everyone wash up. The hallway cleared as the Weasley children thundered down to the bathroom. Ron showed Harry where to wash his hands, and then they joined the family at a long wooden table in the kitchen. Harry had never seen so much food. Roast chicken, potatoes, carrots, peas, gravy, fresh bread, the table groaned under the weight of it all. At the Dursleys, he was lucky to get cold leftovers or plain toast. This was a feast. Molly filled his plate with generous portions of everything. "Eat up, dear. You're much too thin." Fawkes perched on the back of Harry's chair, occasionally making soft trilling sounds that somehow made the food taste even better. The Weasley children peppered Harry with questions between bites, but their parents made sure they didn't overwhelm him. "So Fawkes just appeared in your relative's kitchen?" Bill asked. "Out of nowhere." Harry nodded, his mouth full of the most delicious mashed potatoes he'd ever tasted. "And he made a shield when your uncle tried to grab you?" Charlie added, looking impressed. Harry swallowed. "Yeah. It was like golden light. Uncle Vernon couldn't touch me through it." "Phoenix magic is incredibly powerful," Arthur explained. "Protective, healing, purifying. The bond Fawkes has formed with Harry is extraordinarily rare." "But why Harry?" Percy asked, ever the practical one. "That," Arthur said, "is what everyone is wondering. Phoenixes are incredibly discerning creatures. They only bond with wizards of exceptional character and magical potential." Harry ducked his head, embarrassed. He didn't feel exceptional in any way. "The last wizard to bond with a phoenix was Godric Gryffindor himself," Bill added, clearly having picked up this fact from the adults' earlier discussions. "One of the founders of Hogwarts and the greatest duelist of his age." "Wicked," the twins breathed in unison, looking at Harry with new respect. After dinner, while the older boys helped clear the table, Molly took Harry aside with several potions from Madame Pomfrey. "These will help you grow big and strong," she explained, measuring out careful doses into a spoon. "This blue one is for your bones, the green for vitamins, and this purple one will help you sleep without nightmares." Harry took each potion obediently. They tasted better than he expected, like berries and honey. "Tomorrow we'll go to Diagon Alley to get you some proper clothes of your own," Molly continued. "And perhaps a book or two about phoenixes, so you can learn more about Fawkes." "I don't have any money," Harry said worriedly. Molly's expression softened. "Don't you worry about that, dear. Professor Dumbledore has arranged everything." Later, freshly bathed and dressed in a pair of Ron's pajamas, shrunk to fit his smaller frame, Harry lay in his new bed, staring up at the slanted ceiling of Ron's room. Ron was already asleep in the other bed, snoring softly. Fawkes perched on the headboard, his feathers glowing softly in the darkness, providing just enough light for Harry to see. "Everything's different now," Harry whispered to the phoenix. "Yesterday I was locked in a cupboard. Today I have a wand and a bed and friends." Fawkes trilled softly, the sound filled with something that felt like pride and promise. "Why did you choose me?" Harry asked again, not really expecting an answer. But through their bond came impressions, not words, but feelings, images, sensations. Courage. Light. Future. Need. The last impression was the strongest. Harry was needed. For what, he didn't yet understand. But Fawkes had seen something in him, something worth choosing, worth bonding with. As Harry drifted off to sleep, lulled by the phoenix's gentle song, he felt something he'd never experienced before, hope. Not just for tomorrow, but for all the tomorrows that would follow. Days filled with magic and friendship and a phoenix who had chosen him above all others. For the first time in his young life, Harry Potter fell asleep feeling not just safe, but special. The next month passed in a whirlwind of new experiences. Harry discovered the joys of regular meals, clothes that actually fit, and adults who smiled instead of scowled when they saw him. The Weasley children accepted him as one of their own, including him in games, teaching him about the magical world, and never once locking him in a cupboard. Fawkes remained his constant companion, perching on his shoulder during the day and keeping watch from the headboard at night. Through their bond, Harry began to understand more of what the Phoenix communicated, complex emotions, warnings, encouragement. It wasn't language exactly, but something deeper, more primal. The only disruption to this new happiness came in the form of weekly visits from Broderick Hawkworth. The ministry official arrived every Tuesday afternoon, clipboard in hand, to observe and document Harry's bond with Fawkes. "Now, Harry," Hawkworth said during one such visit, "I'd like you to ask Fawkes to flame travel from one side of the garden to the other." Harry looked uncertainly at the phoenix on his shoulder. "I don't really ask him to do things. He just does what he wants." Hawkworth made a note, lips pursed in disapproval. "The bond should allow for mutual communication. Try to focus your intention clearly." Harry sighed and looked at Fawkes. "Garden?" he thought, picturing the spot Hawkworth had indicated. Fawkes trilled, clearly amused, but obligingly disappeared in a burst of flame, reappearing exactly where Harry had envisioned. "Excellent." Hawkworth scribbled frantically. "Now, have you experienced any unusual magical surges since the bond formed? Accidental magic? Dreams?" The questions went on for another hour, until Arthur finally intervened. "That's enough for today, Broderick. Harry needs his afternoon snack." Hawkworth reluctantly packed up his materials. "I'll be back next week. The department is particularly interested in testing the healing capabilities of Phoenix tears. Perhaps we could arrange a small controlled injury." "Absolutely not," Arthur said firmly. "No experiments that could cause Harry any harm or discomfort." Hawkworth's smile tightened. "The ministry has a vested interest in understanding this bond fully, Arthur. It could have significant implications for magical theory and practice. And Harry's welfare comes first," Arthur replied, not backing down. "Dumbledore was very clear about that." After Hawkworth left, Harry helped Molly degnome the garden, a task he found oddly satisfying. The potato-headed creatures squawked in protest as he spun them around and tossed them over the fence. "Excellent throw, dear," Molly called as Harry sent a particularly large gnome sailing far into the adjacent field. Ron whooped in appreciation. "That must have gone 30 feet. Harry grinned, surprising himself with how natural it felt. Smiling had been rare at the Dursleys, dangerous, even, if it seemed like he was enjoying himself too much. But here, happiness wasn't something to hide. That evening, an owl arrived from Hogwarts. Arthur read the letter at the dinner table, his expression growing more serious with each line. "What is it, Dad?" Bill asked. "Dumbledore has news," Arthur said, folding the letter. "He'll be visiting tomorrow to discuss it." Molly frowned. "Is it about the Dursleys?" Arthur nodded slightly, his eyes flicking to Harry. "Among other things." Harry's stomach nodded with anxiety. He didn't want to go back. Couldn't go back. Fawkes trilled soothingly from his perch on the back of Harry's chair, sending waves of reassurance through their bond. "No one's sending you back there, dear," Molly said firmly, reading his expression. "Not ever." Harry nodded, but the knot in his stomach remained. Adults had made promises before, only to break them when it became inconvenient. The next morning, Dumbledore arrived during breakfast. He wore robes of deep purple with silver stars that actually twinkled. His long beard was tied with a ribbon that matched his robes. "Good morning, Weasleys," Harry, he said cheerfully. "I hope I'm not interrupting." "Not at all, Albus," Molly said, already pouring him a cup of tea. "We were just finishing breakfast." "Excellent timing, then." Dumbledore accepted the tea with a nod of thanks. "Arthur, Molly, might I have a word in private? Harry can join us in a few minutes." The adults moved to the sitting room while the Weasley children cleared the table. Harry helped Ron wash dishes, trying to ignore the muffled voices from the other room. "It'll be okay," Ron assured him, seeing his worried expression. "Dad says Dumbledore always sorts things out." After what seemed like forever, Arthur called Harry into the sitting room. Fawkes flew ahead of him, landing on the arm of an empty chair that Harry assumed was meant for him. "Harry," Dumbledore began once Harry was seated, "we've been discussing your situation. Your aunt and uncle have been interviewed regarding their treatment of you." "Interviewed by Aurors," Arthur added grimly. "Magical law enforcement. While we cannot prosecute them through magical courts for their mistreatment of a magical child, the statutes of secrecy prevent it. Certain measures have been taken to ensure they understand the seriousness of their actions," Dumbledore continued. "Will they go to prison?" Harry asked, not sure how he felt about the idea. "No," Dumbledore said gently. "But they have formally relinquished any claim to guardianship over you. They will have no say in your future, Harry." Relief flooded through him. "So I never have to go back?" "Never," Dumbledore confirmed. "Which brings us to the matter of your permanent guardianship." Harry glanced at the Weasleys, afraid of what might come next. Would he be sent to an orphanage? Given to some other family? "Arthur and Molly have expressed their willingness to become your legal guardians," Dumbledore said, eyes twinkling as he observed Harry's reaction. "If that would be acceptable to you?" Harry's mouth dropped open. He looked at the Weasleys, hardly daring to believe what he was hearing. You want to keep me?" Molly's eyes filled with tears. "Of course we do, dear. We've grown quite fond of you this past month. You're already like part of the family," Arthur added warmly. "The children adore you. And Fawkes seems quite at home here too." Fawkes trilled in agreement, the sound filling the room with warmth. "You'd be Ron's brother," Molly continued. "Well, all the children's brother, really. Not by blood, but by choice. A family. A real family." Harry felt something expanding in his chest, a feeling so big it was almost painful. Fawkes leaned down from the chair arm and gently rubbed his head against Harry's cheek, sharing the emotion. "Yes," Harry said, his voice small but certain. "I'd like that." Dumbledore beamed. "Excellent. I've taken the liberty of preparing the necessary paperwork. Arthur, Molly, if you'll just sign here." As the adults dealt with the formalities, Harry sat with Fawkes, processing this new development. The Dursleys had never wanted him. Had called him a burden, a freak, an unwelcome obligation. But the Weasleys, this big, noisy, loving family, wanted him. Chose him. Just as Fawkes had chosen him. Belonged. Family. Right. Fawkes's impressions flowed through their bond, echoing Harry's own feelings. "There is one more matter we must discuss," Dumbledore said once the papers were signed. "Harry's magical education." "But he's not yet 4, Molly protested. "Hogwarts doesn't start until 11. "Under normal circumstances, you would be correct," Dumbledore agreed. "However, Harry's situation is far from normal. The Phoenix bond appears to be accelerating his magical development." "We've noticed," Arthur admitted. "Just yesterday, he accidentally summoned a toy from across the room when Ron wouldn't share." "Precisely," Dumbledore nodded. "And with his father's wand responding so well to him, I believe we should begin structured magical education much earlier than usual." "You mean tutors?" Molly asked. "To start, yes. I've spoken with Minerva, and she's agreed to visit once a week to begin basic transfiguration lessons. Phileas Flitwick will handle charms. And perhaps, in a year or two, Harry might attend Hogwarts part-time for specialized instruction." Harry perked up at this. "I could go to Hogwarts early." "For certain lessons, yes," Dumbledore said. "Though your home would remain here with the Weasleys." Arthur and Molly exchanged a look, seeming to have a silent conversation. "We want what's best for Harry," Arthur said finally. "If his magic is developing faster than normal, then he should have proper guidance. But he should also have a childhood," Molly added firmly. "Time to play, to make friends, to just be a little boy." "I couldn't agree more," Dumbledore smiled. "Balance is essential. Magic is important, but so is laughter, friendship, and love. Harry listened to them plan his future, feeling a strange mix of excitement and trepidation. It all seemed too good to be true, a family, magic lessons, a phoenix bond. Part of him still expected to wake up back in his cupboard, these past weeks nothing but a dream. Fawkes, sensing his uncertainty, gave a reassuring trill and projected feelings of certainty and permanence through their bond. Real. Lasting. True. There is one more thing, Dumbledore said, his expression turning more serious. The accelerated development of Harry's magic, combined with the Phoenix bond, has had an unexpected effect on the curse scar. Everyone turned to look at the lightning-shaped mark on Harry's forehead. What about it? Arthur asked. When Voldemort's killing curse rebounded, it left more than a physical mark, Dumbledore explained. There was a taint of dark magic within it. Something that concerned me greatly. Was? Molly caught the past tense. Yes. When Fawkes bonded with Harry, his tears, or perhaps the bond itself, seemed to have cleansed the scar entirely. It is now just a mark, nothing more. Is that good? Harry asked, touching the scar self-consciously. Very good indeed, Dumbledore said, though Harry thought he detected a hint of something else in the old wizard's expression, not concern exactly, but calculation. It simplifies matters considerably. Fawkes made a sharp noise that sounded almost like disagreement. Dumbledore glanced at the phoenix, his expression momentarily troubled before smoothing into his usual benign smile. Well, I believe that concludes our business for today, he said, rising. I'll leave you to celebrate your newly official family status. Perhaps ice cream is in order. Ice cream. Ron's voice called from just outside the door, followed by a chorus of shushing sounds from his siblings. Molly threw her hands up in exasperation. Eavesdropping again. All of you, into the kitchen, now. The sound of scampering feet retreated down the hall. Molly shook her head, but she was smiling. Ice cream does sound like a wonderful idea, Albus. We could all go to Florian Fortescue's in Diagon Alley. A capital suggestion, Dumbledore agreed. Though I'm afraid I cannot join you. Duties at Hogwarts, you understand. As Dumbledore prepared to leave, he bent down to Harry's level. You found a good home here, Harry. Arthur and Molly are excellent parents, as their 7 children can attest. 8 now, Arthur corrected with a warm smile. 8 Weasley children. Indeed, Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Though I suspect young Harry here may always have a touch more Phoenix in him than Weasley. Fawkes trilled in what sounded like amused agreement. After Dumbledore left, the Weasleys made good on their ice cream promise. Diagon Alley was even more magical than Harry remembered from his previous visit to buy clothes. The cobblestone street bustled with witches and wizards in robes of every color. Shops sold everything from cauldrons to racing brooms to magical creatures. At Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, Harry chose chocolate and raspberry with chopped nuts, a combination that made his taste buds sing. Fawkes perched on the back of his chair, occasionally accepting tiny nibbles of ice cream from Harry's spoon. Does Fawkes eat regular food? Ginny asked, her face covered in strawberry ice cream. Harry shook his head. Not really. Mostly he eats these spicy red berries that Hagrid sends. And sometimes he hunts for himself. Phoenixes primarily consume magical plants and herbs, Percy informed them knowledgeably. Their digestive systems are adapted to process magical substances that would be toxic to other creatures. The twins rolled their eyes at their brother's lecture, but Harry found it interesting. He was learning something new about his bonded companion every day. As they ate, Harry noticed people staring and pointing. He was getting used to the attention. The boy who lived with a phoenix on his shoulder wasn't exactly inconspicuous, but it still made him uncomfortable. Just ignore them, Bill advised, noticing Harry's discomfort. They'll get used to it eventually. Or they won't, Charlie added with a shrug. But that's their problem, not yours. A tall, austere woman approached their table, her eyes fixed on Fawkes. "Remarkable," she murmured. "May I?" She reached out as if to touch the phoenix. Fawkes raised his head warily. Through their bond, Harry felt a distinct sense of unease. "Sorry," Harry said quickly, "but Fawkes doesn't like strangers touching him." The woman's expression hardened slightly. "I'm Madam Hitchens from the Committee for Experimental Charms. I've studied phoenix magic for decades." "Surely a brief examination," the boy said. "No," Molly interrupted firmly. "Now, if you'll excuse us, we're having a family outing." Madam Hitchens pursed her lips. "Broderick mentioned the phoenix had bonded with the Potter boy, but I didn't truly believe. We really must arrange a proper study session. The department would be most interested. Any requests should go through Professor Dumbledore," Arthur said, his normally jovial expression unusually stern. "As we've told Broderick repeatedly. Now, good day to you." The woman huffed but moved away. As she left, Harry noticed her speaking to a man who then started scribbling on a notepad. "Reporter," Bill muttered. "Bet you'll be in the Prophet tomorrow." Harry's heart sank. "I don't want to be in the newspaper." "Fame isn't always a choice, dear," Molly said sympathetically. "But we'll do our best to shield you from the worst of it." And they did. Over the weeks that followed, the Weasleys created a bubble of normalcy around Harry despite the growing public fascination with the Phoenix Child, as the Daily Prophet had dubbed him. They limited trips to public places, screened his mail for intrusive requests, and turned away the steady stream of researchers, reporters, and curiosity seekers who appeared at their door. Through it all, Harry's bond with Fawkes deepened. They developed a communication system more nuanced than words, impressions, intentions, and emotions flowing both ways. Harry found he could sense Fawkes's location even when they were physically apart, and the Phoenix always seemed to know when Harry needed him, appearing in a burst of flame at the first hint of distress. His magic grew stronger too, more controlled. Under Professor McGonagall's weekly tutelage, he learned to channel his abilities through his father's wand, transforming matchsticks into needles and levitating feathers with increasingly precise control. "His progress is remarkable," Molly, McGonagall commented after one lesson. "Most children his age can barely manage accidental magic, let alone directed spellwork." "Is it the Phoenix bond?" Arthur asked. "Partially, I think. But there's more to it. He has natural talent, like both his parents." McGonagall watched as Harry successfully transfigured a teacup into a mouse and back again. "At this rate, he'll be ready for more advanced work by age 7 or 8. The predicted visit to the Ministry of Magic for observation finally arrived in late June, a few weeks before Harry's 4th birthday. Despite Dumbledore's presence as a buffer, it was an uncomfortable experience. Hawkworth and his colleagues treated Harry more like a fascinating specimen than a child, running tests on the bond, measuring magical outputs, asking endless questions. "Can you summon Fawkes from a distance? Have you attempted to share his flame travel abilities? Has he ever communicated specific information about future events?" The questions grew increasingly intrusive until Dumbledore finally called a halt. "That's quite enough for today," he said firmly. "You have your preliminary data. Further studies will require more thoughtful protocols, and greater consideration for Harry's comfort." Hawkworth looked like he wanted to argue but thought better of it. "Of course, Headmaster. We'll refine our approach for next month's session." "There won't be a session next month," Dumbledore replied. "Harry's birthday is coming up, and I believe he deserves a proper celebration without ministry interference." Harry shot Dumbledore a grateful look. The thought of returning to the sterile examination rooms and probing questions filled him with dread. As they left the ministry, passing through the grand atrium with its golden statues and flashing fireplaces, Harry tugged on Dumbledore's sleeve. "Professor? Do I really have to come back here?" Dumbledore sighed. "I'm afraid some level of ministry oversight is inevitable, Harry. The Phoenix bond is simply too rare and significant for them to ignore." But, he added, seeing Harry's crestfallen expression, I will ensure the examinations become less frequent and more respectful as time goes on. Harry nodded, but his heart remained heavy. It seemed his life would always include people who wanted something from him, his fame, his power, his unique bond with Fawkes. As if sensing his thoughts, Fawkes trilled softly from his shoulder, sending waves of determination and protection through their connection. Together. Strong. Endure. Harry straightened his shoulders, drawing strength from the phoenix's certainty. Whatever came next, he wouldn't face it alone. And what came next, to Harry's surprise and delight, was his first real birthday party. The Weasleys transformed their garden into a festival of balloons, streamers, and magical decorations. A banner flashed, "Happy 4th birthday, Harry," in changing colors. Molly baked a cake shaped like a phoenix, with sugar paste feathers in red and gold. Guests arrived throughout the morning, neighbors, Weasley relatives, and a few Hogwarts professors. Hagrid brought a wooden flute he'd carved himself, Professor Flitwick enchanted toy soldiers to march and battle for the children's amusement, and McGonagall transfigured flowers into butterflies that fluttered around the garden. Even Dumbledore made an appearance, bringing an oddly shaped package and a mysterious smile. "Happy birthday, Harry," he said, presenting the gift. "Something I think you'll find both useful and enjoyable." Harry unwrapped it carefully to reveal a miniature broomstick. "A training broom!" Ron exclaimed enviously. "Wicked. It only flies 3 feet off the ground," Dumbledore explained, "but I'm told it's quite responsive. Perhaps young William might show you the basics." Bill stepped forward eagerly. "I'd be happy to. I'm trying out for the Gryffindor Quidditch team this year." The afternoon passed in a blur of games, gifts, and laughter. Harry tried his new broom with Fawkes flying alongside, matching his slow circles around the garden. The Phoenix seemed to enjoy the game, occasionally diving playfully as if challenging Harry to follow. As evening fell and guests began to leave, Harry found a quiet moment with Fawkes at the edge of the garden. The Phoenix perched on a low branch, eye to eye with Harry. "This has been the best day ever," Harry told him. "I never had a birthday before. Not a real one." Fawkes trilled softly, the sound somehow melancholy despite its beauty. "I wish you could talk," Harry said. "Really talk, I mean. There's so much I want to ask you." Through their bond came a surge of impressions, complicated, layered, impossible to fully translate into human thought. Time. Growth. Learning. Patience. Harry sighed. "I know. I need to be patient." He reached out to stroke Fawkes's feathers. "But I want to understand why you chose me. Why now? Why not when Voldemort came? You could have saved my parents." Fawkes's eyes, ancient and knowing, held Harry's gaze. The impressions that flowed this time were tinged with sadness, with limitations. Bound. Rules. Timing. Purpose. Harry didn't fully understand, but he sensed that even Phoenix magic had its constraints, its proper time and place. Fawkes couldn't interfere with every tragedy, every moment of human suffering. His choice to bond with Harry now, rather than earlier or later, had meaning beyond what a 4-year-old could comprehend. "Harry?" Molly's voice called from the house. Time for one last surprise before bed. With Fawkes gliding ahead of him, Harry returned to the garden table where the Weasleys had gathered. In the center sat a small cake, different from the phoenix-shaped one they'd shared with guests. "This one's special," Molly explained. "Just for our family." "Our family," Arthur emphasized, placing a hand on Harry's shoulder. 8 candles adorned the cake, one for each Weasley child, with Harry's making the 8th. "Make a wish, dear," Molly urged as she lit the candles with her wand. Harry looked around at the Weasleys, his family now, by choice if not by blood. He felt Fawkes's weight settle on his shoulder, warm and reassuring. What could he possibly wish for that he didn't already have? But as he closed his eyes and blew out the candles, a wish formed anyway, not for himself, but for all of them. A wish for this happiness to last, for the shadows that occasionally darkened Dumbledore's eyes when he looked at Harry's scar to remain just shadows, not gathering storms. A wish that whatever purpose had brought Fawkes into his life would bring more joy than pain in the years to come. As if in answer, Fawkes began to sing, a phoenix song unlike any Harry had heard before. It filled the garden, the house, perhaps the whole world with something beyond mere sound. Hope, courage, love, distilled into melody. The Weasleys sat transfixed, tears streaming down some faces, smiles on others. Even baby Ginny sat perfectly still, her wide eyes fixed on Fawkes. When the song finally ended, no one spoke for several minutes. Words seemed inadequate after such music. "I think," Arthur said finally, his voice slightly rough, "that was Fawkes's birthday gift to you, Harry." Harry nodded, unable to speak past the lump in his throat. Through the bond, he felt Fawkes's confirmation. Gift. Promise. Future. Whatever that future held, Harry knew he would face it with his phoenix at his shoulder and his new family at his side. For now, that was enough. As the stars appeared overhead and the garden gnomes cautiously emerged to investigate the party leftovers, Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the Phoenix child, and now a Weasley in all but name, blew out the last candle and embraced the life that a phoenix's choice had given him. Chapter 2, Phoenix Flight. Faster, Harry. They're gaining on us. Ron shouted, his red hair streaming behind him as they tore through the orchard behind the burrow. Harry pumped his legs harder, clutching his wand in one hand. Behind them, Fred and George's shouts grew closer. Harry could practically feel the water balloons they'd enchanted to seek out moving targets. "Split up," Harry called. "I'll go right, you go left." Ron veered left toward the pond while Harry dodged right, leaping over a gnome hole and ducking under a low-hanging apple branch. A water balloon whizzed past his ear, exploding against a tree trunk. "You can't escape the Weasley water warriors." Fred, or maybe George, bellowed dramatically. Harry grinned, sliding behind a thick oak tree to catch his breath. At 8 years old, he was still smaller than most boys his age, but what he lacked in size he made up for in speed and agility. A flash of flame appeared above him, and Fawkes settled onto a branch overhead, trilling with amusement. "Oh sure, laugh it up," Harry whispered to the Phoenix. "Not all of us can just disappear when we're in trouble." Fawkes tilted his head, eyes gleaming with mischief. Through their bond came a clear impression, together. Try. Harry understood immediately. He'd been practicing this, traveling with Fawkes through flame, but he'd never attempted it outside of controlled lessons with Dumbledore. "You think I'm ready?" he asked the Phoenix. Another impression flowed through their connection, trust. Now. Harry heard Fred and George's footsteps approaching from both sides, they were trying to corner him. He made his decision in an instant. "Okay, let's do it." Fawkes swooped down, talons gently grasping Harry's shoulder. Harry closed his eyes, focusing on their bond, on the warm current of magic that flowed between them. He pictured Ron by the pond, visualized that exact spot. Heat engulfed him, not burning, but enveloping like bathwater. The world dissolved into light and song. An instant later, Harry felt his feet hit solid ground. He opened his eyes to find himself standing next to a very startled Ron at the pond's edge. "Bloody hell!" Ron yelped, jumping backward. "You did it! You actually flame-traveled!" Harry's heart pounded with exhilaration. "I did. Fawkes helped, but I did it." Fawkes trilled triumphantly from his shoulder. Their celebration was cut short by twin shouts of outrage from the orchard. "That's cheating! Unfair Phoenix advantage!" Fred and George emerged from the trees, water balloons hovering menacingly around them. "The rules said no wands," George complained, pointing at the wand still clutched in Harry's hand. "I didn't use my wand," Harry grinned. "Just Phoenix magic." "Same difference." Fred protested. All's fair in balloon warfare, Ron declared, backing toward the pond. And now, counterattack. He thrust his hands into the pond water, and to everyone's surprise, a large blob of water rose up, hovering in the air. Fred's eyes widened. Since when can you do wandless magic? Ron looked just as shocked as his brothers. I don't know. The water wobbled precariously, then shot forward, not at the twins, but directly at Harry, drenching him completely. There was a moment of stunned silence, then everyone burst into laughter, including Harry. Nice one, Ron, he spluttered, pushing wet hair from his eyes. I didn't mean to, it just happened. Ron was both apologetic and delighted. Accidental magic at your age? George raised an eyebrow. Must be all that time around Phoenix Boy here, Fred added, jerking a thumb at Harry. His magic's rubbing off on you. Harry shook himself like a dog, spraying water droplets everywhere. Fawkes, who had wisely flown to a higher perch to avoid the splash, trilled something that sounded suspiciously like laughter. We should head back, Harry said, checking the position of the sun. I've got a lesson with Professor Flitwick in 20 minutes. Another one? Ron groaned. That's the third this week. Advanced charms waits for no wizard, Harry quoted in a passable imitation of Flitwick's squeaky voice. As they trudged back toward the burrow, Harry felt the now familiar mix of excitement and apprehension that accompanied his specialized lessons. 5 years after Fawkes had chosen him, Harry's magical education had become increasingly intensive. Professors from Hogwarts regularly visited to instruct him in various subjects, McGonagall for transfiguration, Flitwick for charms, even Snape for rudimentary potions, though those lessons were notably tense. The burrow came into view, its many crooked stories defying gravity in ways that still amazed Harry even after 5 years of living there. Chickens scratched in the yard, garden gnomes peered from behind flower pots, and the family ghoul could be heard banging pipes in the attic. Home. The boys traipsed through the kitchen door, leaving muddy footprints that earned them a scolding from Molly. Honestly. For boys, and not one of you thinks to cast a cleaning charm before entering my kitchen. She waved her wand, vanishing the mud. Then she noticed Harry's soaked clothes. What happened to you? Ron did wandless magic, Harry explained, grinning at his brother. Made the pond water attack me. Molly's exasperation transformed into excitement. Really, Ron? Wandless at your age? Ron's ears turned pink. It was an accident. I was just trying to splash Fred and George. Still, that's impressive, Arthur said, looking up from the Daily Prophet at the kitchen table. Most wizards never manage intentional wandless magic, let alone at 8. It's probably from hanging around Harry, George suggested, stealing a biscuit from a cooling rack. His freaky phoenix magic is contagious. George Weasley. We don't use words like freaky in this house, Molly chided, though there was no real heat in her tone. Everyone knew George meant no harm. Harry didn't take offense. After 5 years, the Weasleys' good-natured teasing about his unusual abilities felt like family banter, not the cruel mockery the Dursleys had inflicted. Professor Flitwick will be here any minute, Molly reminded Harry. Go change into something dry, dear. Harry dashed upstairs to the room he shared with Ron. Though they'd been offered separate rooms as they grew older, neither boy had wanted to split up. They'd simply expanded Ron's room with magic, adding space for both of them to have their own areas. Harry's side featured a custom perch for Fawkes, shelves of advanced magical theory books, and a collection of miniature racing brooms that zoomed around a charmed track. Ron's side displayed Chudley Cannon's Quidditch posters, comics, and a wizard chess set that had once belonged to his grandfather. Harry quickly changed into dry clothes, grabbing his lesson notebook and wand from his desk. He'd long since graduated from using his father's wand. On his 6th birthday, Dumbledore had taken him to Ollivanders for his own wand, Holly and Phoenix Feather, 11 inches. The wand maker had made cryptic comments about the wand's curious connection to Voldemort's, but Harry had been too excited about having his own wand to pay much attention. When he returned downstairs, Professor Flitwick was already chatting with Arthur in the sitting room. "Ah, there you are, Mr. Potter." The tiny charms professor beamed. "Ready for our adventure into atmospheric charms today?" "Yes, sir." Harry genuinely enjoyed Flitwick's lessons. Unlike McGonagall's precise transfiguration exercises or Snape's intimidating brewing sessions, Flitwick approached magic with playful enthusiasm. "Excellent. We'll be working outside today. Weather manipulation requires space, you know." They moved to the garden, where Flitwick conjured a comfortable teaching area with cushions and a small blackboard. Ron tagged along, as he often did for Harry's more interesting lessons. Now, atmospheric charms are among the most practically useful but theoretically complex branches of magic, Flitwick began. Anyone can cast Aguamenti for water, but creating a localized rain shower requires understanding pressure systems, moisture content, and thermal gradients. Harry nodded, already scribbling notes. This was what he loved, the theory behind magic, understanding not just the how but the why. "Let's start with something simple, a cooling breeze," Flitwick continued. "The incantation is Ventulus, with a spiral wand movement like so." He demonstrated a clockwise spiral. Harry mimicked the motion. "Ventulus." A gentle breeze swirled around them, rustling the garden plants. "Very good." Flitwick clapped. "Now try increasing the intensity by extending your spiral outward." Harry concentrated, visualizing the air molecules moving faster. "Ventulus." The breeze strengthened to a proper wind, sending Ron's hair standing on end and rattling the garden tools leaning against the shed. "Excellent control." Flitwick squeaked excitedly. "Now let's try, Professor Flitwick." Molly called from the kitchen door. "There's someone here from the ministry to see Harry." "A Mr. Hawkworth." Harry's good mood evaporated instantly. Broderick Hawkworth's visits had decreased from weekly to monthly to quarterly over the years, but they remained his least favorite part of life with the Weasleys. The ministry officials' fascination with the Phoenix Bond hadn't waned, if anything, it had intensified as Harry's abilities developed. Flitwick's expression tightened slightly. "Please inform Mr. Hawkworth that we're in the middle of an important lesson. Perhaps he could return tomorrow." "I already suggested that," Molly said, her voice carrying a hint of frustration. "He insists it's an urgent ministry matter." Fawkes, who had been watching the lesson from a nearby tree, swooped down to land on Harry's shoulder. Through their bond came impressions of wariness and resolve. "It's okay," Harry told Flitwick. "I'll talk to him. We can continue the lesson after." Hawkworth stood in the Weasleys' sitting room, examining a magical photograph of the family's trip to Egypt the previous summer. He turned as Harry entered, his thin smile not reaching his eyes. "Ah, young Mr. Potter. Growing like a weed, I see." Harry resisted the urge to step back. Something about Hawkworth had always made him uncomfortable, the way the man looked at him like a particularly interesting specimen in a jar. "Hello, Mr. Hawkworth. Professor Flitwick said we could continue our lesson soon." Of course. I won't keep you long." Hawkworth pulled out a roll of parchment. "I've come with excellent news. The Department of Mysteries has approved a special research project focused on your unique bond with Fawkes." Harry tensed. Through the bond, he felt Fawkes's immediate displeasure. "What kind of research project?" "Nothing invasive, I assure you. Simply a more structured program of tests and observations. 3 days a week at the ministry, working with our finest researchers on, 3 days a week." Arthur interrupted, having followed Harry into the room. "That's out of the question. Harry's education follows a carefully balanced curriculum approved by Dumbledore himself." Hawkworth's smile tightened. "With all due respect, Mr. Weasley, this comes with the minister's approval. The Phoenix Bond represents an unprecedented magical phenomenon with potential applications in healing, transportation, defensive magic, areas vital to wizarding security. My answer is still no, Arthur said firmly. As Harry's guardian, I do not consent to any research program that would disrupt his current education. Perhaps I wasn't clear, Hawkworth's voice hardened. This isn't a request. The Department of Mysteries has special jurisdiction over rare magical phenomena. Section 7, Paragraph 12 of the Magical Research Authorization Act gives us the authority to. A burst of flame interrupted him as Fawkes let out a warning trill. The phoenix's feathers bristled, and Harry felt waves of protective anger flowing through their bond. I think, came Dumbledore's calm voice from the doorway, that we should discuss this matter further before making any hasty decisions. Everyone turned in surprise. The headmaster stood in the kitchen doorway, resplendent in robes of midnight blue spangled with silver stars. Albus! Molly exclaimed. We weren't expecting you today. Forgive the intrusion, Dumbledore said pleasantly, though his eyes remained fixed on Hawkworth. I received an urgent message from Hogwarts indicating that the Ministry was planning to invoke the Magical Research Authorization Act regarding young Harry here. Hawkworth's confidence visibly faltered. Headmaster, I was merely explaining the department's interest in. Yes, I heard quite clearly, Dumbledore interrupted. And I must point out that Section 7, Paragraph 12 specifically excludes underage wizards from compulsory research unless there exists a clear and present danger to wizarding security. Is there such a danger, Broderick? Hawkworth shifted uncomfortably. Well, no, not precisely, but, then I suggest we return to the voluntary arrangement we've maintained these past 5 years, Dumbledore continued smoothly. Harry attends quarterly evaluations at the Ministry, and the department shares all findings with me as his magical guardian. Magical guardian? Hawkworth repeated. The Weasleys are his legal guardians. Indeed they are, Dumbledore agreed. But the Wisengamot confirmed my status as Harry's magical guardian 3 years ago, given the unique circumstances of his situation. A detail you seem to have overlooked in your research. Harry watched this exchange with growing interest. He'd known Dumbledore held some special legal status regarding his magical education, but he hadn't realized it gave the headmaster this level of authority. Hawkworth looked like he'd swallowed something unpleasant. I see. Well, perhaps we could discuss a compromise. 1 day per week at the Ministry, focusing specifically on the flame transportation aspect of the bond. Even that seems excessive, Dumbledore mused. Though I might consider approving a half-day session twice monthly, provided the research parameters are submitted to me in advance and either myself or Professor McGonagall is present. The negotiation continued for several more minutes before Hawkworth finally conceded, agreeing to Dumbledore's terms with poor grace. As the Ministry official prepared to leave, he turned to Harry with a stiff smile. I look forward to our next session, Mr. Potter. I'm particularly interested in measuring the range of your flame transportation capability. After Hawkworth departed, Harry turned to Dumbledore. How did you know to come, sir? Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Fawkes, of course. Though your bond is primary now, he and I maintained a connection for many decades. He can still communicate with me in times of urgency. Harry looked at Fawkes in surprise. The phoenix gave a modest trill. You never told me that, Harry said to his feathered friend. Through their bond came impressions of prudence. Resource. Protection. Quite right, Fawkes, Dumbledore nodded as if he'd understood perfectly. It's always wise to maintain multiple layers of protection. Speaking of which, he turned to Arthur and Molly, I believe it's time we discussed the next phase of Harry's education. This incident highlights the growing interest in Harry's abilities, interest that will only increase as his powers develop. The adults moved to the kitchen table while Flitwick resumed Harry's lesson in the garden. Despite the professor's enthusiasm, Harry found it difficult to concentrate. Fragments of conversation drifted from the open kitchen window. Considering early admission to Hogwarts. Political implications of breaking precedent. Safer under our direct protection. Splitting him from Ron and Ginny would be devastating. Finally, Harry lowered his wand in frustration. I'm sorry, Professor. I can't focus. Flitwick smiled understandingly. Perfectly natural, Harry. It's not every day the ministry attempts to commandeer your education. Perhaps we should call it a day and resume tomorrow when things have settled. Harry nodded gratefully. As Flitwick packed up his teaching materials, Ron approached from where he'd been practicing his own charms nearby. What do you think they're deciding in there? Ron asked. I don't know. Something about me maybe going to Hogwarts early. Ron's face fell. Without me? But we're supposed to go together in 3 years. I don't want to go without you, Harry assured him. Maybe they'll let you come early too. Ron brightened at that possibility, but Harry secretly doubted it would happen. Ron's magic, while occasionally impressive like today's accidental wandless display, didn't have the accelerated development that prompted Harry's advanced lessons. When they entered the kitchen, the adults fell silent, exchanging meaningful glances. Harry, Ron, Molly said, why don't you boys go wash up for lunch? We'll talk after we eat. Lunch was an unusually quiet affair. Even the normally chatty Ginny, now 7 and usually full of stories, seemed to sense the tension and ate quietly. Percy, home from his first year at Hogwarts, kept shooting curious glances at Dumbledore. Only Fred and George maintained their usual banter, though Harry noticed they worked harder than usual to provoke laughter. After the meal, Dumbledore gestured for Harry to join him in the garden. Fawkes flew ahead of them, perching on the branch of an ancient oak that Harry had claimed as his thinking spot over the years. I suspect you've gathered that your educational arrangements are being reconsidered, Dumbledore began, conjuring 2 comfortable chairs beneath the tree. Harry nodded. Mr. Hawkworth wants me at the ministry more. You and the Weasleys don't want that. Precisely. The question becomes how best to protect you from such pressure while continuing your magical development. Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. Tell me, Harry, how would you feel about attending Hogwarts next year, at age 9? Harry's stomach did a flip. 3 years early. Without Ron and Ginny. You wouldn't be a regular student, Dumbledore clarified. More of a special apprentice, attending classes part-time while continuing to live here at the Burrow. Fawkes could transport you daily. Harry considered this. The idea of experiencing Hogwarts properly was exciting, but leaving his family behind, even part-time, felt wrong. I don't know, sir. I like my lessons here. And Ron's magic is getting stronger too, he did wandless water manipulation today. Did he indeed? Dumbledore looked intrigued. That's quite remarkable for his age. I think. Harry hesitated, not wanting to sound boastful. I think maybe being around me and Fawkes is helping his magic develop faster. Professor McGonagall said magical children can sometimes influence each other, especially when they're close. An astute observation, Dumbledore nodded. Your bond with Fawkes creates a unique magical environment that likely benefits those close to you. It's one of many factors we must consider. Fawkes trilled from above, drawing both their gazes. Through the bond, Harry felt a complex series of impressions: patience, growth, natural time. Fawkes seems to believe there's no need to rush your formal education, Dumbledore interpreted, watching the Phoenix closely. Interesting. He was quite insistent about starting your specialized lessons early. Harry felt another impression from Fawkes: balance. Home. Roots. Wings. I think he's saying I need both, Harry tried to explain. Learning magic but also just being a kid with my family. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Your ability to interpret Fawkes has grown remarkably sophisticated, Harry. Very well, I shall take his wisdom under advisement. Perhaps a compromise, continuing your current arrangement with additional protections against ministry interference, and reassessing the Hogwarts question next year. Relief flooded through Harry. That sounds good, sir. Thank you. As Dumbledore rose to leave, Harry was struck by a thought. Sir. Why is Mr. Hawkworth so interested in me and Fawkes? It can't just be scientific curiosity. Dumbledore paused, considering his answer carefully. The Phoenix Bond grants abilities that some find desirable. Flame transportation that bypasses all known magical barriers. Healing tears that can counter the deadliest poisons. Protection against certain dark magic. In uncertain times, such capabilities represent power, and power always attracts interest, both benign and otherwise. Uncertain times. Harry repeated. But Voldemort's gone. You said so yourself. A shadow seemed to cross Dumbledore's face. Indeed. Nevertheless, the wizarding world faces many challenges. Now, I must return to Hogwarts. End-of-year exams approach, and Professor McGonagall will have my beard if I'm late for the staff meeting. With a cheerful wink that didn't quite match the seriousness of their conversation, Dumbledore disapparated with a soft pop. Harry remained under the oak tree, thinking. Something in Dumbledore's manner suggested he wasn't sharing everything, a feeling Harry had experienced increasingly in recent years. The headmaster was unfailingly kind and clearly cared about Harry's well-being, but there were moments when his gaze turned calculating, assessing Harry as if measuring him against some standard only Dumbledore could see. Fawkes swooped down to land beside Harry, nudging his arm comfortingly. Through their bond came feelings of reassurance. Protection. Growth. I know, Harry sighed, stroking the phoenix's brilliant feathers. You've got my back. We'll figure it all out together. That evening, the Weasley family held a council of war. Arthur and Molly explained the situation, the Ministry's growing interest in Harry, Dumbledore's concerns, and the potential plans for his future education. The bottom line, Arthur concluded, is that we need to be prepared for increased attention from officials like Hawkworth. They've backed down for now, but they'll try again. Why can't they just leave Harry alone? Ginny demanded, her 7-year-old face fierce with protective indignation. He's not some experiment. Because people want what they can't have, Gin, Charlie explained. He was home briefly from Romania, where he worked with dragons. A phoenix bond is practically mythical. We should set traps, Fred suggested, eyes gleaming with mischief. Dung bombs under the welcome mat, George added. Absolutely not, Molly said firmly, though Harry noticed Arthur hiding a smile. We'll just have to present a united front, Percy declared importantly. As a family. Ron, who had been unusually quiet, finally spoke up. What if we all got better at magic? So we could help protect Harry? Everyone looked at him in surprise. I mean, Ron continued, ears reddening under the attention, Harry's teaching me loads already. And I did that water thing today without a wand. If we all practiced more, maybe the Ministry wouldn't just see Harry as the special one. We could be the magical family that looks after each other. A slow smile spread across Arthur's face. That's actually a splendid idea, Ron. A family magical defense strategy. I could teach shield charms, Bill offered. I've been learning advanced ones for my Gringotts apprenticeship. And I know tons about magical creatures now, Charlie added. Including how they're used in security. We've been experimenting with distraction devices, Fred said, exchanging looks with George. Nothing dangerous, George hastily added at Molly's sharp glance. Just things that create confusion if you need to make a quick exit. Harry looked around at the family that had taken him in, now rallying to protect him from unwanted Ministry attention. A lump formed in his throat. You guys don't have to do this, he said. It's my problem. Rubbish, Ron declared. You're a Weasley now. Your problems are our problems. That's right, dear, Molly agreed. Family sticks together. Harry ducked his head, blinking rapidly. Even after 5 years, their unconditional acceptance sometimes caught him off guard. The family spent the rest of the evening planning their defense strategy, an activity that quickly transformed from serious preparation to something resembling a game. By bedtime, everyone had assignments, even Ginny, who was put in charge of lookout duty, with a pair of omnioculars Charlie had brought back from a Quidditch World Cup qualifying match. As Harry climbed into bed that night, Ron paused in the doorway of their room. "You know we wouldn't let you go to Hogwarts without me, right?" he said. "If they try to make you go early, I'll find a way to come too." Harry grinned at his brother in all but blood. "I know you would. But Fawkes agrees with you, he thinks I should wait and we should go together." Ron looked relieved. "Good. That bird's got sense." He hesitated, then added, "I'm going to work really hard on my magic, Harry. So I can keep up with you." "You don't need to keep up with me," Harry said. "You're brilliant in your own way." Ron shrugged, not entirely convinced. "Night, Harry." "Night, Ron." As his brother headed to the bathroom to brush his teeth, Harry felt Fawkes watching from his perch. Through their bond came a gentle suggestion: help. Teach. Share. Harry understood. Ron had always lived in the shadow of his accomplished older brothers. Now he had Harry to compete with as well, Harry with his Phoenix bond and advanced magical training. But perhaps Harry could help Ron develop his own strengths, share some of what he'd learned. With that thought in mind, Harry drifted off to sleep, Fawkes's soft trilling serving as a soothing lullaby. The next few weeks passed in a flurry of activity. True to their word, the Weasleys transformed their summer into a magical training camp. Bill taught everyone basic shield charms before returning to his Gringotts apprenticeship. Charlie, home for a month between dragon wrangling assignments, gave fascinating lessons on magical creature identification and handling. Percy, though initially reluctant to engage in what he called unnecessary martial preparation, eventually contributed by creating color-coded schedules and researching relevant wizarding laws they could cite if ministry officials overstepped their bounds again. The twins, to Molly's mingled pride and alarm, revealed a talent for creating diversion devices, everything from smoke bombs that released multicolored clouds to small fireworks that could spell out misleading messages for pursuers. Even Ginny participated enthusiastically, showing surprising aptitude for hexes that Fred taught her, for emergency use only. But it was Ron who surprised everyone most. When Harry began sharing some of the theoretical knowledge from his advanced lessons, Ron's wandless abilities expanded rapidly. He couldn't match Harry's practiced wand technique, but his instinctive magic, especially involving elements like water and air, sometimes surpassed Harry's own capabilities. "It's like you've got this connection to the raw magic," Harry observed one afternoon as they practiced by the pond. Ron had just caused the water to form a perfect sphere hovering above the surface, something Harry could only achieve with precise wand movements. Ron shrugged, though he looked pleased. "It just makes sense to me. I think about what I want the water to do, and it listens." "That's elemental affinity," Harry explained, recalling McGonagall's lessons. "Some wizards have natural connections to specific elements. Yours might be water. Is yours fire because of Fawkes?" Harry considered this. "Maybe. I've always found fire spells easier." He demonstrated by conjuring a small flame in his palm without his wand, a trick Dumbledore had taught him after he'd accidentally set the curtains ablaze during a nightmare. "Wicked," Ron breathed. "Do you think everyone has an element?" "Probably. We should ask the others what comes easiest for them." This conversation spawned a new dimension to their family training. Arthur, it turned out, had an affinity for air magic, explaining his talent with flying charms. Molly's specialty was earth, making her garden spells particularly effective. The twins both showed fire tendencies, to no one's surprise, while Percy demonstrated an unusual affinity for metal-based transfiguration. Only Ginny remained uncertain, too young for her magical core to show clear preferences. "Maybe I'll get all of them," she declared optimistically. "Water and fire and earth and air and metal." "That's not how it works, Gin," Percy started to explain, but Harry interrupted. "Why not? Magic isn't always predictable. Look at Fawkes and me, nobody expected a Phoenix bond in 1,000 years." Ginny beamed at Harry gratefully, and Percy huffed but didn't argue further. As July turned to August, Harry's 9th birthday approached. Unlike his previous birthdays with the Weasleys, this one would be a smaller affair. Dumbledore had suggested minimizing public gatherings to avoid attracting unwanted attention from the ministry or the press. "It's stupid that I have to hide on my birthday," Harry complained to Arthur as they dignomed the garden the day before. "It's not hiding, exactly," Arthur said, spinning a gnome by its feet before launching it over the hedge. "Just being cautious. After Hawkworth's last visit, we want to avoid giving the ministry any excuse to interfere." Harry sighed, tossing his own gnome. "I know. It just feels like they're winning somehow." Arthur paused, wiping sweat from his forehead. "Listen, Harry. Throughout history, there have always been people who wanted to control unusual magic, to study it, to use it for their own purposes. What matters isn't whether they temporarily inconvenience us, but whether they ultimately succeed in taking your choices away. So me having a small birthday party is keeping my choices?" Harry asked skeptically. Arthur smiled. "Strategic retreat isn't the same as surrender. We're picking our battles. Besides," he added with a wink, "Molly's been planning some rather spectacular surprises for tomorrow." Small doesn't mean boring. Harry felt slightly better after this conversation, and better still when Charlie announced that evening that he'd arranged a special birthday treat, a visit to a dragon conservation area in Wales where a rare Hebridean black hatchling had just been born. "We've got clearance for the family plus 2 guests," Charlie explained. "I thought you might want to invite Neville and Hermione." Harry brightened considerably. Neville Longbottom and Hermione Granger were his closest friends outside the Weasley family. He'd met Neville at St. Mungo's during a checkup with the mind healers Dumbledore had arranged to help Harry process his early childhood trauma. Hermione he'd encountered at a specialized magical theory workshop for gifted young wizards and witches. "That's brilliant. They'd both love it." Preparations for the birthday celebration shifted into high gear. Molly baked Harry's cake, chocolate with raspberry filling, his favorite, while the twins worked on mysterious enhancements that they refused to explain. Percy drafted detailed safety protocols for the Dragon Reserve visit, most of which Charlie good-naturedly ignored. The morning of Harry's 9th birthday dawned bright and clear. He woke to find Fawkes already alert on his perch, feathers gleaming in the early sunlight. The phoenix trilled a greeting that felt distinctly celebratory through their bond. "Morning to you too," Harry yawned, reaching for his glasses. 9 years old today. Practically ancient. Fawkes made a sound suspiciously like a snort. For a being who regularly lived through centuries before burning and rebirth, 9 years must seem like a heartbeat. Ron's bed was empty, unusual, since Ron typically slept late whenever possible. Harry dressed quickly and headed downstairs, curious about this deviation from routine. The kitchen was strangely quiet when he entered. No Molly bustling around the stove. No Arthur tinkering with Muggle gadgets at the table. No siblings squabbling over toast or orange juice. "Hello?" Harry called, a flicker of old insecurity surfacing. Had they forgotten? Or worse, had something happened? Fawkes, who had followed him downstairs, didn't seem concerned. The phoenix actually seemed expectant, watching Harry with what could only be described as amusement. "You know what's going on, don't you?" Harry accused his feathered friend. In answer, Fawkes flew to the back door and tapped it with his beak. Harry approached cautiously, then pushed the door open. "Surprise!" chorused a dozen voices. The garden had been transformed overnight. Multicolored canopies floated above tables laden with food. Magical lanterns shaped like phoenixes bobbed through the air. A banner stretched between 2 trees read, "Happy 9th Birthday, Harry," in letters that periodically burst into flames then reformed from the ashes, clearly the twins' handiwork. Every Weasley was there, along with Neville, Hermione, Hagrid, Professor McGonagall, and even Dumbledore himself, all wearing festive hats that appeared to be made from actual feathers that changed color to match the wearer's mood. "We thought you'd sleep forever." Ron called, grinning widely. Come on, we've got presents and games and Charlie's taking us to see the dragon after breakfast. Harry stood frozen in the doorway, overwhelmed by the display. 5 years with the Weasleys, and they still found ways to surprise him with their thoughtfulness. You did all this last night, he finally managed. Magical construction has its advantages, Arthur winked. Though the twins' banner took 3 attempts before it stopped setting the trees on fire. The celebration that followed was everything a 9-year-old could wish for. Molly had prepared all of Harry's favorite foods for breakfast. The presents were perfect, a hand-knitted jumper from Molly with a phoenix design, a beginner's curse-breaking kit from Bill, a fireproof satchel from Charlie, a magical planner from Percy, a box of homemade joke products from the twins, a book on famous Quidditch seekers from Ron, and a bracelet of knotted threads from Ginny, which she solemnly informed him was, for good luck and keeping away Raxburghs. She'd been spending time with the Lovegoods, their eccentric neighbors. Neville gave him a rare magical plant that supposedly sang when it needed watering. Hermione's gift was a leather-bound journal charm to organize notes by topic, because your study system is chaotic, Harry, honestly. Hagrid presented him with a hand-carved wooden phoenix that actually flew in small circles. McGonagall gave him an advanced transfiguration text with moving diagrams. And Dumbledore's gift, typically enigmatic, was a small silver instrument that whirred and puffed colored smoke when wound up. It measures magical resonance, Dumbledore explained when Harry examined it curiously. It may prove useful as your bond with Fawkes continues to develop. After breakfast and presents, they played magical games in the garden, enchanted treasure hunts, broom races, staying low to avoid Muggle detection, and a modified version of hide-and-seek where Fawkes was prohibited from helping Harry find anyone. By midday, they were ready for the Dragon Reserve visit. Charlie had arranged for a portkey, an old dragon-hide boot, to transport them directly to the facility in Wales. Everyone touched the boot, Charlie instructed. And hold on tight, portkeys aren't as smooth as Fawkes's flame travel. Harry had experienced portkeys before, but he still found the sensation unpleasant, like being hooked behind the navel and yanked through a swirling vortex. When they landed, several of them stumbled or fell completely. Only Charlie, Bill, and surprisingly Hermione remained standing. How did you do that? Ron asked Hermione, picking himself up from the ground. I read about proper portkey landing technique, she replied matter-of-factly. It's all about keeping your center of gravity low and your knees flexible. The Dragon Reserve was breathtaking, a vast, mountainous area hidden from Muggles by powerful enchantments. Stone buildings with reinforced doors and fire-resistant roofs dotted the landscape, while areas designated for different dragon species were marked by magical barriers visible as faint, shimmering walls of light. Charlie led them to a specialized nursery area where the newborn Hebridean Black was being kept. The hatchling was smaller than Harry had expected, about the size of a large dog, with purple-black scales and nascent ridge spines along its back. She's only 2 weeks old, Charlie explained as they watched through a spelled observation window. Hebridean Blacks are particularly aggressive as adults, but they're relatively docile as hatchlings. Can we go in? Fred asked eagerly. Some of us can, Charlie nodded. For at a time, and you'll need to wear protective gear and follow my instructions exactly. They took turns visiting the hatchling. When Harry's group entered, with Ron, Hermione, and Neville, he was struck by the intense heat in the nursery. The baby dragon watched them with intelligent purple eyes, occasionally emitting small puffs of smoke from its nostrils. You can touch her if you approach slowly, Charlie said. One at a time, and only on the side of the neck. Avoid the head and tail. Harry stepped forward first, moving carefully as Charlie had instructed. The hatchling tracked his movement, head tilting curiously. When he was close enough, Harry slowly extended his hand. The dragon sniffed his fingers, then, to everyone's shock, made a purring sound and butted its head against his palm like a cat seeking attention. Charlie's eyebrows shot up. That's unusual. Is something wrong? Harry asked, freezing in place. Not wrong, just unexpected. Hebridean blacks don't typically enjoy head contact, even as hatchlings. Charlie studied the interaction with professional interest. Try scratching gently behind the ridge spines. Harry did, and the dragon's purring intensified, its eyes half-closing in apparent pleasure. Wicked, Ron breathed. It's like she knows you. I think, Hermione said thoughtfully, it might be the phoenix bond. Dragons and phoenixes are both magical fire creatures. Perhaps she senses Fawkes' magic on Harry. This theory gained support when Fawkes, who had been observing from outside the nursery, suddenly flame-traveled into the room, appearing on Harry's shoulder. The handlers gasped in alarm, but before anyone could react, Fawkes trilled a greeting to the hatchling. The baby dragon responded with a chirping sound that seemed impossibly gentle coming from a creature that would one day breathe devastation upon its enemies. Fawkes hopped down to the floor beside the hatchling, and the two magical beings regarded each other with mutual curiosity. I've never seen anything like this, Charlie said, watching in amazement. Phoenixes and dragons typically avoid each other in the wild. Through his bond with Fawkes, Harry sensed no fear or hostility, only interest and a strange kind of recognition, as if the phoenix and dragon shared some ancient understanding unknown to humans. After the Dragon Reserve, they returned to the burrow for Harry's birthday dinner and cake. The day had been perfect, filled with friends, family, and magical experiences. As evening fell and guests began to leave, Harry found himself sitting with Dumbledore under his favorite oak tree, watching the stars appear in the darkening sky. "Did you enjoy your birthday, Harry?" the headmaster asked. "It was brilliant," Harry nodded enthusiastically. "The best one yet." "I'm glad." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled in the twilight. 9 years old. Time passes so quickly. Harry nodded, though 9 years seemed a very long time to him. Nearly twice the age he'd been when Fawkes first appeared in the Dursleys' kitchen. "Sir," he said after a moment's hesitation, "can I ask you something?" "You may ask me anything, Harry, though I cannot promise to answer every question." That was typical Dumbledore, honest about his potential dishonesty. Today at the Dragon Reserve, the hatchling reacted to me differently than Charlie expected. Hermione thought it was because of Fawkes. Is that possible? Dumbledore considered this. It seems a reasonable hypothesis. The Phoenix bond has affected you in many ways, some obvious, others more subtle. Your natural affinity for fire magic, your accelerated magical development, even your increased resilience to minor illnesses. But there's more, isn't there? Harry pressed. Sometimes I feel like there are things about the bond you're not telling me. Fawkes, who had been perched in a tree above them, let out a soft trill that could have been confirmation or caution. Harry wasn't entirely sure. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. "The Phoenix bond is exceedingly rare, Harry. Much of what I know comes from ancient texts, fragmented records, and legend rather than direct observation. I have tried to share what seems most relevant as you've grown, without overwhelming you with information you weren't ready to process." "I'm 9 now," Harry pointed out. "Almost double digits. I can handle more." A smile flickered across Dumbledore's face. "Indeed you can. Very well. One of the aspects of the bond that we haven't discussed in detail is the phenomenon known as the burning." Harry sat up straighter. "Like when phoenixes have their burning day and turn to ash." "Similar in concept, though not identical in manifestation. Historical accounts suggest that phoenix-bonded wizards periodically experience a type of magical fever, a burning of their own. Not destructive, but transformative. A rapid reorganization and expansion of their magical core." "What happens during this burning?" Harry asked, both nervous and intrigued. "Accounts vary. Fever, certainly. Increased sensitivity to magic. Prophetic dreams, in some cases. And afterward, significantly enhanced magical capabilities." Dumbledore studied Harry carefully. "It typically begins around the 10th year of life, though the Phoenix Bond's formation can trigger it earlier." Harry thought about this. So I might experience this burning soon. It's possible. Which is why I've arranged for Madame Pomfrey to be available should you show any symptoms. The process is natural and ultimately beneficial, but it can be intense. Will it hurt? I cannot say for certain. The accounts describe discomfort rather than pain, but each case is unique. Harry nodded slowly, processing this new information. Is this why the ministry is so interested in me? Because they want to study the burning? Dumbledore's expression turned grave. Partially, yes. The magical enhancement that follows a burning is potentially quite significant. Godric Gryffindor reportedly gained the ability to cast spells without incantations after his first burning. Bowman Wright, a less well-known phoenix-bonded wizard from the 14th century, developed the ability to imbue objects with permanent enchantments far beyond what was previously possible. That's why Hawkworth keeps coming back, Harry realized. He's waiting for my burning to happen. I believe so, yes. Which is why I've been working to strengthen the legal protections around you. Dumbledore sighed. The Ministry's interest is not entirely unreasonable. The magical knowledge that could be gained is significant. But their methods and motivations concern me. Harry was quiet for a moment, thinking about the implications. Then a troubling thought occurred to him. Sir, what if the burning happens when I'm at the Ministry for one of those observation sessions? Would they try to keep me there? Dumbledore's eyes hardened slightly. They might attempt it. Which is why Fawkes will remain with you at all times during such visits from now on. At the first sign of a burning beginning, he can transport you directly to Hogwarts Infirmary where Madame Pomfrey will be prepared. Harry felt a rush of gratitude toward Dumbledore for anticipating this concern and making arrangements to protect him. Despite the headmaster's occasional secretiveness, his care for Harry's well-being seemed genuine. Thank you, sir, Harry said simply. You're welcome, my boy. Dumbledore rose from his seat. And now, I should take my leave. Minerva is covering my administrative duties this weekend as a birthday gift to you, but I dare not impose on her generosity too long. As Dumbledore prepared to disapparate, he paused. One last thing, Harry. Trust your bond with Fawkes. In moments of uncertainty or danger, that connection may guide you more truly than any human counsel, including my own. With a soft pop, the headmaster vanished, leaving Harry with plenty to think about as he rejoined the remnants of his birthday celebration. 2 weeks after Harry's birthday, the first signs of the burning appeared. It began subtly, a persistent warmth under his skin, as if he'd spent too long in the sun despite staying indoors. His magic felt unusually responsive, even jumpy. Simple spells produced exaggerated effects. Lumos nearly blinded him, Wingardium Leviosa sent objects shooting to the ceiling. You feeling all right, Harry? Ron asked after a practice charm scattered cushions across their bedroom with unintended force. You look flushed. Just hot, Harry shrugged, though he suspected it was more than the summer heat. Through his bond with Fawkes, he sensed attentiveness, watchfulness. The Phoenix knew something was happening. By that evening, Harry could no longer ignore the symptoms. His temperature had risen noticeably, though he didn't feel sick exactly, just uncomfortably warm and buzzing with excess energy. Fawkes stayed unusually close, perching on the headboard of Harry's bed instead of his usual nighttime perch by the window. I think it's starting, Harry whispered to the Phoenix as Ron slept soundly in the next bed. The burning Dumbledore talked about. Fawkes trilled softly in agreement. Through their bond came impressions of transformation. Necessary. Growth. And, most reassuringly, survivable. Harry tried to sleep, but the persistent heat and a strange humming sensation in his magic made it impossible. Around midnight, he slipped out of bed and went to the window, hoping the night air might cool his burning skin. The moon hung full and bright over the orchard. As Harry gazed at it, he noticed something odd. The moonlight seemed to leave trails as he moved his eyes, as if his vision couldn't quite keep up with his perception. Colors appeared at the edges of objects, auras of magic he normally couldn't see. "Whoa," he breathed, watching the magical protections around the burrow's property glimmer like iridescent soap bubbles in the night air. Fawkes joined him at the window, and Harry gasped. The Phoenix's magical aura was blindingly brilliant, a corona of gold and crimson energy that pulsed in time with Harry's heartbeat. "Is this how you see all the time?" Harry asked, reaching out to touch the aura. As his fingers connected with the light surrounding Fawkes, a surge of energy shot up his arm. Harry stumbled backward, nearly falling. The room began to spin, colors and light swirling around him like a kaleidoscope gone mad. Fawkes let out an urgent trill, and Harry felt talons grip his pajama shirt. Heat engulfed him, not the burning fever but the familiar sensation of Phoenix transportation. The bedroom dissolved into flame and light. They rematerialized in a high-ceilinged room lined with beds. The Hogwarts infirmary. Madame Pomfrey, wearing a dressing gown over her nightclothes, was already hurrying toward them. "Right on time," she said briskly. "Professor Dumbledore warned me it might be tonight." The instruments in his office detected the magical surge. Harry tried to respond, but the words wouldn't form properly. The room continued to spin, lights and colors intensifying. His skin felt too tight, as if something inside him was trying to expand beyond its confines. "On the bed, Mr. Potter," Pomfrey directed, helping him lie down. "This is perfectly normal. Your magical core is undergoing its first reconfiguration." "Hot," Harry managed to stammer. "Yes, that's to be expected. The burning isn't just metaphorical." She waved her wand over him, murmuring diagnostic spells. Temperature 39.7 degrees. High, but within the expected range. Dumbledore arrived moments later, still in his night robes, a concerned expression on his face. "How is he, Poppy?" "Progressing as anticipated," she replied. "Core temperature elevated, magical aura in flux. He's experiencing the heightened magical perception that often accompanies the first phase." Harry could barely follow their conversation. His senses had expanded beyond normal parameters, making everything overwhelming. He could feel the castle's magic pulsing through the stones beneath him. He could see ley lines of power crisscrossing the room. Even the air tasted of magic, metallic and electric on his tongue. Fawkes perched beside his bed, projecting calming sensations through their bond. Natural. Necessary. Temporary. The night progressed in waves of increasing intensity. Harry's fever climbed, then plateaued. His magic flared periodically, causing nearby objects to rattle or levitate. Madame Pomfrey administered cooling charms and monitoring spells, while Dumbledore observed with academic interest tempered by genuine concern. During a moment of relative clarity, Harry turned to Dumbledore. "Is this normal?" he panted. "Entirely," Dumbledore assured him. "Though your case is particularly intense. Your magical core was already unusually strong for your age. It feels like I'm burning from the inside out. In a sense, you are. The Phoenix Bond is restructuring your magical pathways, enhancing your natural abilities." Another wave hit, stronger than before. Harry arched off the bed, gasping as energy surged through him. The windows of the infirmary rattled in their frames. A water glass on the bedside table shattered. "Albus," Madame Pomfrey said sharply, "his temperature is approaching 41 degrees. We need to stabilize him." Dumbledore nodded gravely, drawing his wand. "I had hoped to avoid intervention, but you're right." Before he could cast any spell, Fawkes let out a commanding trill. The Phoenix hopped onto Harry's chest and lowered his head until they were eye to eye. A single pearly tear fell from Fawkes's eye onto Harry's forehead, directly over his scar. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The chaotic energy swirling around Harry suddenly organized itself, flowing in structured patterns rather than wild surges. His breathing eased. The infirmary stopped spinning. "Fascinating," Dumbledore murmured, watching the magical auras visible even to normal sight now. Fawkes is guiding the process. Through their bond, Harry felt Fawkes's calm direction. The phoenix wasn't stopping the burning but channeling it, showing Harry's magic how to reshape itself efficiently rather than chaotically. Follow. Trust. Become. Harry surrendered to Fawkes's guidance, allowing his consciousness to merge more deeply with the phoenix's than ever before. Together they navigated the transformation, Fawkes's ancient wisdom tempering the raw power of Harry's expanding magical core. Time lost meaning. Harry floated in a sea of fire and light, neither painful nor frightening now but purifying. He saw flashes of images, places he'd never visited, people he'd never met, events from times long past or perhaps yet to come. Whether these were Fawkes's memories or visions generated by the burning, he couldn't tell. Gradually, the intensity began to wane. The fever slowly subsided. The magical perceptions that had overwhelmed him receded to manageable levels. By dawn, Harry lay exhausted but stable, his magic settling into its new configuration. The worst has passed, Madame Pomfrey announced after casting another diagnostic charm. His core is stabilizing. Dumbledore, who had remained throughout the night, nodded in satisfaction. Well done, Harry. The first burning is always the most challenging. First. Harry croaked, his throat dry from hours of rapid breathing. There's more than one. Typically 3 major burnings occur before magical maturity, Dumbledore explained, conjuring a glass of water for Harry. This one at around age 9, another at 12 or 13, and the final at 16 or 17. Though with your accelerated development, the timeline may vary. Fawkes, looking somewhat depleted himself, trilled softly from his perch. The sound conveyed satisfaction and pride. Will I need to come back to Hogwarts for the others? Harry asked, sipping the water gratefully. It would be safest, Dumbledore nodded. The intensity typically increases with each burning. Harry's eyes widened. Worse than that? Different, Dumbledore corrected. The first burning establishes new pathways for your magic. Later ones expand and refine those pathways. But yes, they can be more physically demanding. Madame Pomfrey bustled over with several potions. These will help you recover more quickly. Your magical core needs time to settle into its new configuration, but there's no reason you can't return home today once you've rested. Harry obediently downed the potions, grimacing at their various unpleasant flavors. Almost immediately, a wave of exhaustion hit him. His eyelids grew heavy. Rest now, Dumbledore said gently. When you wake, we'll discuss what's changed and how to adapt to your enhanced abilities. As Harry drifted toward sleep, he sensed Fawkes settling beside him on the bed. The phoenix's warmth was comforting now rather than overwhelming, a steady presence guiding him into dreams. He woke several hours later feeling surprisingly refreshed. The burning sensation had completely disappeared, replaced by a new awareness of his magic, like a musical instrument that had been retuned to play in perfect harmony. Fawkes greeted him with a cheerful trill from the footboard where he now perched. Through their bond, Harry sensed the phoenix's satisfaction and anticipation. New. Different. Better. How are you feeling, Mr. Potter? Madame Pomfrey asked, approaching with her wand ready for another diagnostic spell. Good, Harry replied, surprised by how true it was. Really good, actually. Like I've been, upgraded. She nodded, casting her spell and studying the results. Your magical core has stabilized nicely. Significantly expanded capacity, improved efficiency in channeling. You'll need to relearn control for some of your spells, they'll be more powerful now. Professor McGonagall arrived shortly after, having been summoned by Dumbledore to help assess the changes in Harry's magic. Let's start with something simple, she suggested after greeting him. A basic levitation charm. Harry reached for his wand on the bedside table, but McGonagall shook her head. Just your hand for now. We need to gauge your raw output before adding a wand's amplification. Focusing on a small glass vial on the nearby table, Harry made the familiar swish and flick motion with his empty hand. Wingardium Leviosa. The vial shot upward as if fired from a cannon, narrowly missing the ceiling before Harry hastily ended the spell, causing it to drop. McGonagall caught it with a quick charm of her own. "As I suspected," she said, looking both impressed and concerned. "Significantly increased power. We'll need to work on fine control." They spent the next hour testing various basic spells, with Harry gradually adjusting to his enhanced capabilities. By the time Dumbledore returned, Harry had managed to calibrate his magic enough to perform simple charms without destructive overpower. "Excellent progress," Dumbledore observed as Harry successfully levitated a feather to precise heights on command. "You're adapting more quickly than I anticipated." "It feels natural," Harry explained. "Like my magic finally fits me properly." Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. "The burning reshapes magic to better reflect the wizard's true nature. Now, I believe Arthur and Molly are quite anxious to see you. Shall we call them to collect you, or would you prefer to return via Fawkes?" "Fawkes, please," Harry said immediately. He was eager to show Ron and the others what had happened. After final instructions from Madame Pomfrey about rest and magical moderation, Harry prepared to leave. Just as Fawkes moved to his shoulder for the journey, the infirmary doors burst open. Broderick Hawkworth stood in the entrance, flanked by two official-looking wizards. His eyes locked onto Harry with undisguised excitement. "Headmaster. I came as soon as I heard. The Ministry's monitoring instruments detected an extraordinary magical surge centered on young Mr. Potter last night." He strode forward, clipboard already materializing in his hands. "The first burning, I presume. We must document everything while the effects are fresh." Dumbledore stepped smoothly between Harry and the Ministry officials. "Broderick, your enthusiasm is noted but premature. Harry has just undergone a significant magical transformation and requires rest, not examination." Hawkworth's smile didn't falter. "With all due respect, Headmaster, this is precisely why our monitoring protocols exist. The data from a Phoenix-bonded wizard's first burning hasn't been recorded in centuries. The research value is incalculable." "Nevertheless," Dumbledore said firmly, "as Harry's magical guardian, I am declining your request for examination at this time. In a few weeks, once he has fully recovered and adjusted, we can arrange a supervised session." Hawkworth's pleasant demeanor cracked slightly. "I'm afraid I must insist. I have authorization from the Department of Mysteries and the Minister's office." He produced an official-looking scroll. "This grants us the right to conduct immediate examination following any class of magical phenomenon involving the Potter boy." McGonagall's nostrils flared dangerously. "The Potter boy has a name, Broderick. And he is a child under the protection of Hogwarts at this moment, not a research subject. The authorization supersedes standard protections," one of Hawkworth's companions stated flatly. "Section 13 of the Magical Research Protocols is quite clear on this matter." Harry felt a surge of alarm. He looked to Dumbledore, who appeared troubled but not defeated. "I see," the headmaster said slowly. "May I examine this authorization?" Hawkworth handed over the scroll with evident satisfaction. Dumbledore unrolled it, studied it carefully, then passed it to McGonagall. "The signatures appear authentic," he conceded. "However, there is a procedural issue. Authorization for research on a magical minor requires notification of the legal guardians prior to examination. We've dispatched an owl to the Weasleys," Hawkworth said dismissively. "Now, if you'll step aside, an owl that will take at least 30 minutes to reach them, and additional time for them to respond," Dumbledore interrupted. "During which period, Harry remains under my protection as his magical guardian physically present." Hawkworth's eyes narrowed. "Are you obstructing a ministry directive, Headmaster?" "Merely ensuring proper procedures are followed," Dumbledore replied mildly. "The law exists to protect all parties, Broderick. Surely the ministry wishes to act within its own regulations." A tense standoff ensued. Harry glanced at Fawkes, who remained unnaturally still on his shoulder. Through their bond, he sensed not fear but calculation. The Phoenix was waiting for something. Perhaps, McGonagall suggested after a moment, a compromise. Harry clearly needs rest after his ordeal. Why not schedule the examination for tomorrow morning? That would give his guardians time to be properly notified and present, while still ensuring the data is relatively fresh. Hawkworth appeared to consider this. That would be acceptable, provided Mr. Potter remains at Hogwarts under Ministry observation until then. To ensure no tampering with the results. Absolutely not, Dumbledore said, his gentle tone belying the steel beneath. Harry will return to his home with his legal guardians, as is his right. The examination can take place at the Ministry tomorrow at 10 a.m., with myself and the Weasleys present. The standoff continued, neither side willing to yield. Harry felt tension building, not just in the room but in his magic. The new pathways created by the burning hummed with energy, responding to his anxiety. Suddenly, the infirmary fireplace flared green. Arthur Weasley stepped out, brushing ash from his robes. Harry! Thank goodness you're all right. Dumbledore's message said. He broke off, taking in the scene. What's happening here? Hawkworth recovered quickly. Ah, Mr. Weasley. Perfect timing. We were just discussing the Ministry's authorized examination of Harry following his magical burning. Examination? Arthur repeated, moving to Harry's side protectively. This is the first I'm hearing of it. We sent an owl, which clearly hasn't arrived, Arthur interrupted. And as Harry's legal guardian, I do not consent to any examination without proper notice and consultation. The authorization requires guardian notification and consent except in cases of imminent danger, Arthur finished, surprising everyone with his knowledge of the regulation. Percy's been researching Ministry protocols all summer. Unless you're suggesting Harry's condition presents a threat to magical security? Hawkworth's confident demeanor faltered momentarily. Not a threat, precisely, but a phenomenon of significant research importance that, then the standard procedures apply, Arthur said firmly. Proper notice. Guardian consent. And appropriate accommodations for a child who has just undergone a significant magical event. Harry watched this exchange with growing admiration. Quiet, gentle Arthur Weasley stood his ground against the Ministry officials with unexpected authority. This was the same man who had taught Harry to degnome the garden, who collected plugs and batteries with childlike enthusiasm, yet when his family needed protection, he transformed into an immovable force. Hawkworth seemed to realize he was outmaneuvered, at least temporarily. Very well. Tomorrow at 10 a.m. at the Ministry. But I must insist on a monitoring charm to track any magical anomalies between now and then. A non-invasive monitoring charm only, Dumbledore specified. Cast by a neutral third party, perhaps Madame Pomfrey. After further negotiation, a compromise was reached. Madame Pomfrey cast a simple monitoring charm that would record Harry's magical output without affecting him or reporting his location. Arthur would bring Harry to the Ministry the next morning for a 2-hour examination, with Dumbledore present throughout. As the Ministry officials finally departed, Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Sorry about that, Harry, Arthur said, ruffling his hair affectionately. The Ministry can be overzealous about unusual magic. You were brilliant, Mr. Weasley, Harry said sincerely. I didn't know you could quote regulations like that. Arthur looked slightly embarrassed. Well, Percy's thoroughness finally came in handy. He's been drilling us all on relevant Ministry codes all summer, just in case, as he put it. His expression grew more serious. Are you truly feeling well enough to come home? Molly's worried sick. I'm fine, Harry assured him. Better than fine, actually. To demonstrate, he held out his hand and wordlessly summoned his wand from the bedside table. It flew to his palm with perfect precision, a spell he'd previously managed only with verbal incantation and considerable effort. Impressive, Arthur nodded. Though I suspect Molly will still insist on bed rest and extra helpings at dinner. Harry grinned at the thought of Molly's mothering. 5 years ago, such attention would have embarrassed or confused him. Now he welcomed it as a normal part of family life. After thanking Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Madame Pomfrey, Harry prepared to return home. Since Arthur had come via Fleur rather than apparition, they decided Harry would travel back with Fawkes while Arthur returned through the fireplace. "See you at home," Arthur said, stepping into the green flames with a call of the burrow. Fawkes gripped Harry's shoulder, and the familiar sensation of flame transportation engulfed them. A moment later, they materialized in the Weasleys' kitchen, where the entire family had apparently been awaiting their arrival. "Harry!" Molly cried, rushing forward to envelop him in a hug. "We were so worried. Ron woke up and you were gone, and then Fawkes was missing too, and then Dumbledore's message arrived." "I'm okay, Mum," Harry assured her, using the term that had gradually become natural over the years. "It was just the burning that Dumbledore warned us about." The fireplace flared green again as Arthur arrived. The family gathered around the kitchen table as Harry and Arthur recounted the night's events and the confrontation with Hawkworth. "So you have to go to the ministry tomorrow?" Ron asked, looking troubled. Harry nodded. "Just for a couple of hours. Mr. Weasley and Professor Dumbledore will be with me." "I'm coming too," Ron declared firmly. "Ron, dear, it's a medical examination," Molly began. "I don't care. Harry's always had to deal with these ministry people alone. Not this time." Harry felt a rush of gratitude toward his brother in all but blood. "Thanks, Ron. I should come as well," Percy said thoughtfully. "I know the relevant regulations now, and Hawkworth seems the type to try bending the rules." Arthur considered this. "That's actually not a bad idea. An extra set of knowledgeable eyes would be helpful." "We want to come too," Fred and George said in unison. "Absolutely not," Molly said firmly. "The last thing we need is you two setting off dung bombs in the ministry. Percy and Ron may go with your father and Harry. The rest of you will stay here with me." The twins looked ready to argue, but a stern look from Molly silenced them. "Now, Harry needs rest," she continued, switching to her nurturing mode. "Dumbledore said your magic needs time to stabilize after a burning." "I feel fine, honestly," Harry protested, though he had to admit a certain residual tiredness lingered beneath his newfound magical energy. "Bed rest for today," Molly insisted. "You can show everyone your new abilities tomorrow after the ministry visit." Too weary to argue, Harry allowed himself to be ushered upstairs to his bed. Ron followed, full of questions. "What was it like? Did it hurt? Can you do super powerful magic now? Did you see anything weird during it?" Harry described the experience as best he could, the fever, the enhanced magical perception, the strange visions, and Fawkes's guidance through the process. "Blimey," Ron breathed when he'd finished. "And Dumbledore says you'll go through this 2 more times?" "Apparently. He said the next one usually happens around 12 or 13. Just in time for Hogwarts," Ron noted. "At least you'll be there already if it happens during school." Harry nodded, though the thought of experiencing an even more intense burning while surrounded by classmates at Hogwarts was somewhat concerning. "I'm glad you're coming tomorrow," he told Ron. "Hawkworth gives me the creeps." "Yeah, he's dodgy," Ron agreed. Fred and George call him Hawkworm behind his back. Say he slithers around trying to get at you. Despite Molly's orders for bed rest, Harry couldn't help showing Ron a few of his enhanced abilities. He managed to levitate one of Ron's Chudley Cannon's figures using just his index finger to direct it, making the tiny player zoom around as if on a miniature broom. "Wicked," Ron breathed. "Wandless and nonverbal. That's Newt-level stuff." "It's easier now," Harry explained. "Before, my magic felt like trying to pour water through a small funnel. Now it's like the funnel's bigger and I can control the flow better." They continued experimenting quietly until Molly brought up lunch on a tray. She scolded them mildly for Harry not properly resting, but couldn't hide her own fascination when Harry demonstrated turning his pumpkin juice to apple juice with a silent wave of his hand. "Just don't exhaust yourself," she cautioned. "Your core needs time to fully stabilize." The rest of the day passed peacefully, with various Weasleys dropping in to check on Harry and witness his enhanced abilities. By evening, he felt nearly back to normal, though his magic continued to feel more responsive than before. That night, as he and Ron prepared for bed, Harry caught his reflection in the mirror. He looked the same, skinny, black hair perpetually messy, green eyes behind round glasses. Yet something felt fundamentally different, as if the burning had changed him on a level deeper than mere magical ability. Through his bond with Fawkes, he sent a questioning thought, different now. The phoenix, perched by the window, met his gaze in the mirror. The impression that returned was complex but clear, becoming. Growing. Purpose. What purpose? Harry whispered, too quietly for Ron to hear from across the room. Fawkes didn't directly answer. Instead, Harry received an impression of patience, of time unfolding, of things yet to be revealed when the moment was right. With that cryptic non-answer, Harry climbed into bed. Tomorrow would bring the ministry examination and whatever complications Hawkworth had planned. For now, he needed rest. As he drifted towards sleep, Harry remained unaware that in a hidden chamber deep within the ministry, Hawkworth was meeting with a group of unspeakables, planning exactly how to extract the maximum data, and perhaps more, from the boy who lived during his visit. The Phoenix Bond had entered a new phase, and the political games surrounding it were escalating accordingly. "Remember," Arthur said as they approached the Ministry of Magic's visitors' entrance the next morning, "you don't have to answer any questions that make you uncomfortable. You don't have to participate in any tests that seem excessive. Dumbledore and I will be with you the entire time." Harry nodded, appreciating the reassurance. He, Arthur, Ron, and Percy had traveled to London by Floo, emerging from the leaky cauldron's fireplace before walking to the disguised telephone booth that served as the ministry's public entrance. Fawkes had transported himself separately, appearing on Harry's shoulder just as they reached the booth. The Phoenix's presence drew startled looks from passing muggles, though most quickly convinced themselves they'd seen an unusual parrot or some exotic pet. "Visitors' entrance is a bit cramped for 4 people plus a phoenix," Arthur noted as they squeezed into the booth. He dialed the access code and stated their business to the automated system. Badges slid out of the coin return slot: Arthur Weasley, Hearing Attendance; Percy Weasley, Guardian Support; Ronald Weasley, Guardian Support; and Harry Potter, Magical Examination Subject. Fawkes received no badge, being classified as a magical creature rather than a visitor. The booth began its descent into the ministry. Harry had visited before for the quarterly observations, but the grand atrium with its peacock blue ceiling and golden symbols still impressed him. Today, however, he noticed people staring more than usual, whispering behind their hands as he passed. "News of your burning must have leaked," Percy murmured, noticing Harry's discomfort. "Ministry employees gossip worse than Hogwarts portraits." They were met in the atrium by Professor Dumbledore, resplendent in formal robes of deep purple. "Good morning, Harry, Arthur, boys. I trust you're feeling well rested, Harry." "Yes, sir," Harry nodded. "Much better than yesterday." "Excellent. Broderick is waiting in examination room 3. I've already inspected the setup and removed several instruments that exceeded our agreed parameters." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, though there was steel beneath his pleasant demeanor. "Amazing how such oversights occur." Arthur's expression hardened slightly. Trying to slip in unauthorized tests, was he? Let's just say his enthusiasm for research occasionally clouds his judgment regarding ethical boundaries. They proceeded to level 9, where the Department of Mysteries was located. The examination room stood separate from the main department, a concession Dumbledore had apparently negotiated to avoid taking Harry into the more secretive areas. Hawkworth waited outside with 2 assistants, clipboard already in hand. "Ah, right on time. Good morning, Mr. Potter." Feeling better after your remarkable transformation? He's well, thank you, Arthur answered before Harry could speak. Shall we review the examination protocols before beginning? Hawkworth's smile tightened. Of course. Though I notice you've brought additional observers. We agreed on yourself and Dumbledore only. My sons are here as family support, Arthur said firmly. The agreement specified Harry's guardians, plural, could be present. As his legal guardians, Molly and I determine who constitutes appropriate support. Percy stepped forward, a ministerial code book already in hand. Section 7, Paragraph 3 of the Underage Magical Examination Protocols clearly states that minors under examination are entitled to familial support persons of guardians choosing, not to exceed 3 individuals. Hawkworth looked like he'd bitten into something sour, but nodded. Very well. Please follow me. The examination room was clinically sterile, with white walls and bright magical lighting. Various instruments lined the perimeter, some Harry recognized from previous visits, others completely unfamiliar. A raised platform in the center appeared to be the main examination area. We'll begin with standard measurements, Hawkworth explained, his professional demeanor returning. Magical output levels, core stability metrics, and resonance patterns. Non-invasive, I assure you. Harry took his position on the platform, Fawkes remaining steadfastly on his shoulder. Dumbledore and the Weasleys stood nearby, watching carefully as Hawkworth's assistants activated the monitoring instruments. The initial tests were indeed benign, simple readings of Harry's magical signature, comparisons to his pre-burning baselines, standard diagnostic spells. Harry relaxed slightly as the familiar procedures continued without incident. Remarkable, Hawkworth murmured, studying the readings. A 47% increase in raw magical capacity. Enhanced precision control metrics. Accelerated core cycling. He looked up at Harry with renewed interest. Can you demonstrate a spell for us? Something you could perform before the burning for comparison? Harry glanced at Dumbledore, who nodded encouragingly. Taking out his wand, Harry cast a simple lumos, calibrating it carefully to produce a moderate light rather than the blinding flash he'd created accidentally yesterday. Interesting, one of the assistants noted. Perfect control modulation. Most wizards require weeks to adjust to significant core changes. Try something more complex, Hawkworth suggested. A shield charm, perhaps. Again, Harry looked to Dumbledore before proceeding. At the headmaster's nod, he cast Protego, creating a shimmering shield around himself and Fawkes. The instruments around the room whirred and clicked excitedly, recording data. Extraordinary density patterns, Hawkworth noted, circling Harry with undisguised fascination. The shield construction is practically newt level. Can you maintain it while casting another spell simultaneously? This was beyond Harry's previous capabilities, but somehow he knew he could manage it now. Concentrating, he kept the shield in place while pointing his wand at a quill on a nearby table. Wingardium Leviosa. The quill rose smoothly, hovering at exact heights as Harry directed it, all while the shield remained stable around him. Dual casting at age 9, one of the assistants whispered. Unheard of. Hawkworth's expression had grown increasingly calculating as the demonstration continued. I'd like to try something more specialized now, he said, gesturing to an assistant who brought forward a strange, crystal-topped device. This measures magical affinity patterns, essentially which branches of magic your core naturally resonates with. Arthur stepped forward. Is this one of the instruments on our pre-approved list? Of course, Hawkworth assured him smoothly. Standard magical aptitude assessment. Completely harmless. The assistant placed the device on a pedestal near Harry. As it activated, the crystal began to glow with shifting colors. Harry immediately felt uneasy. The device seemed to pull at his magic rather than passively measuring it. Through his bond with Fawkes, he sensed sharp disapproval. I don't like this, he said, taking a step back. It feels wrong. Just initial calibration, Hawkworth explained quickly. Give it a moment to attune. Dumbledore moved closer, examining the device with narrowed eyes. This appears to be an extractive resonator, Broderick, not the affinity meter we discussed. A minor substitution, Hawkworth said dismissively. The principles are similar. The principles are not remotely similar, Dumbledore contradicted, his voice suddenly cold. One observes magical patterns, the other actively draws magic for detailed analysis. The latter was explicitly excluded from our agreement. Harry felt the pull strengthening as the crystal glowed brighter. Before anyone could react further, Fawkes let out a sharp, angry cry. A burst of flame shot from the phoenix toward the device, engulfing it completely. When the flames died away, the crystal had melted into an unrecognizable lump. "What have you done?" Hawkworth shouted, genuine anger breaking through his professional facade. "That equipment is irreplaceable." "I believe Fawkes was protecting his bonded wizard from unauthorized magical extraction," Dumbledore said calmly. "As is his right and nature." Hawkworth's face flushed dark red. "Control your creature, Potter. This is a ministry facility." "Fawkes isn't my creature," Harry replied, standing straighter. "He's my friend. And he doesn't answer to you or the ministry." An intense standoff followed, with Hawkworth clearly struggling to regain his composure while Dumbledore watched him like a hawk. "Perhaps," Arthur suggested after a tense moment, "we should take a short break before continuing with the approved examinations." "I think not," Percy interjected, surprising everyone. Section 12, Paragraph 9 of the Examination Ethics Code states that any attempted use of unauthorized equipment constitutes a breach of protocol and grants the subject immediate right of withdrawal without penalty. Ron grinned at his normally rule-abiding brother. "Did you memorize the entire ministry rulebook this summer?" Percy adjusted his glasses, looking pleased with himself. "Only the relevant sections pertaining to Harry's situation." It seemed prudent. Hawkworth's assistants exchanged uncomfortable glances. One whispered something to him, prompting a barely controlled grimace. "It seems there has been a miscommunication regarding equipment specifications," Hawkworth conceded reluctantly. "However, we've barely begun the essential measurements. Perhaps we could proceed with strictly observational methods." Dumbledore looked to Harry. "The choice is yours, my boy. You have the right to end this session now, or we can continue with only the specific tests I've personally verified." Harry considered this. Part of him wanted to leave immediately, Hawkworth had clearly tried to trick them. But another part, the part that had grown more confident since the burning, wanted to stand his ground. "I'll stay," he decided. "But only for the tests Professor Dumbledore approves, and Mr. Weasley gets to inspect everything first." The examination resumed under these stricter conditions, with Arthur and Dumbledore checking each instrument before allowing its use. Hawkworth's demeanor had cooled considerably, his earlier enthusiasm replaced by barely concealed frustration. The remaining tests confirmed what they already knew: Harry's magical capabilities had increased dramatically following the burning. His core had not only expanded in raw power but reorganized for greater efficiency and control. "The final test," Hawkworth said as they neared the 2-hour mark, "concerns the Phoenix bond itself. We'd like to measure the magical resonance between you and Fawkes during flame transportation." Harry tensed. They'd never asked to observe this directly before. What exactly would this entail? Arthur asked suspiciously. "Simply monitoring the magical signature as Mr. Potter and the Phoenix transport from one side of the room to the other," Hawkworth explained. "The instruments will record the energy patterns during the transition." Dumbledore studied the setup carefully before nodding. "The equipment appears to be properly calibrated for passive observation only. Harry, are you comfortable attempting this?" Harry glanced at Fawkes, who seemed alert but not alarmed. Through their bond came cautious acceptance. "I guess so. Just across the room?" "From this marked circle to that one," Hawkworth confirmed, indicating 2 designated spots about 5 meters apart. Harry stood in the first circle, Fawkes on his shoulder. He concentrated on their bond, visualizing the short jump to the other marker. The now familiar sensation of heat and dissolution engulfed him as Fawkes initiated the flame transportation. An instant later, they rematerialized at the target location. But something felt wrong. Harry stumbled, suddenly lightheaded. Fawkes let out a distressed cry. "Harry!" Ron rushed forward as Harry dropped to one knee. "I'm okay," Harry managed, though his vision swam momentarily. "Just dizzy." Dumbledore was immediately at his side, wand drawn. "What did you do, Broderick?" he demanded, his usual genial tone replaced by dangerous calm. "Nothing." Hawkworth protested, though his eyes darted nervously to one of the instruments. "Standard observation only." "This instrument is emitting a containment field," Dumbledore said, pointing to a device that hummed with unusual intensity. It attempted to capture and hold a sample of the Phoenix fire during transportation. "A minimal extraction," Hawkworth admitted. "For analysis only. It shouldn't have caused any adverse effects." "You tried to take part of our bond?" Harry asked, understanding dawning. The lightheadedness receded, replaced by anger. "You tried to steal Fawkes's fire." "Not steal," Hawkworth corrected hastily. "Sample. For research purposes. Phoenix fire is one of the most powerful magical substances known. Its applications could revolutionize transportation, security." "Without consent," Arthur interrupted, his voice tight with barely controlled rage. "You attempted to extract magical essence from a child in my care without permission. Do you understand the legal implications of that action, Broderick?" Hawkworth paled slightly. "I had authorization from the department, not for extraction," Percy interjected, flipping through his rulebook. "Observational monitoring only." The authorization specifically excluded any collection of magical essence. The situation might have escalated further had Fawkes not intervened. The Phoenix let out a penetrating trill that somehow cut through the tension, replacing anger with clarity. Through their bond, Harry sensed Fawkes's message clearly: enough. Home. Safety. "We're leaving," Harry announced, standing up straight. "The examination is over." "You can't just," Hawkworth began, but fell silent as Fawkes spread his wings menacingly. "I believe Harry has made his decision," Dumbledore said mildly, though his eyes remained hard. "The examination period has concluded in any case." Arthur placed a protective hand on Harry's shoulder. "We will be filing a formal complaint regarding your unauthorized extraction attempt, Broderick. The Minister will hear about this breach of protocol. As will the Wisengamot's Ethics Committee," Dumbledore added. Hawkworth looked like he wanted to argue but thought better of it. "The data we collected remains Ministry property," he said stiffly. "Regardless of how the session ended." "The authorized data, yes," Dumbledore agreed. "Any information gathered through unauthorized means will be stricken from the record." They left the examination room with Hawkworth still protesting this condition. In the corridor outside, Harry finally relaxed slightly. "Are you really okay?" Ron asked worriedly. "You looked awful when you appeared in that circle." "I'm fine now," Harry assured him. "It just felt weird, like something was tugging at part of me during the transportation." "A most concerning violation of ethics," Dumbledore said gravely. Though perhaps not surprising given Broderick's increasing obsession with the Phoenix bond. "Will the complaint actually do anything?" Harry asked skeptically. "In conjunction with my testimony to the Wisengamot, yes," Dumbledore nodded. "Hawkworth may find his research privileges restricted after this incident." As they walked toward the lifts to leave the Ministry, Harry noticed people still staring and whispering. But now he picked up fragments of their conversations. First burning completed. More powerful already. Hawkworth tried to sample the Phoenix fire. News travels fast here, Harry muttered. The Ministry runs on gossip, Arthur sighed. By tomorrow, the story will be that you single-handedly defeated a dozen unspeakables while riding Fawkes into battle. Despite the stress of the morning, Harry laughed at this image. At least that version sounds more fun than what actually happened. They reached the atrium, ready to depart, when a new voice called out. "Arthur! A moment, please." They turned to see Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic himself, hurrying toward them, lime-green bowler hat slightly askew. "Minister," Arthur acknowledged with a polite nod. "What can I do for you?" "I've just heard about the unfortunate incident in the examination room," Fudge said, looking flustered. "Most irregular. Not at all what I authorized. I want to assure young Mr. Potter that the ministry regrets any discomfort caused." Harry studied the minister skeptically. The man seemed more concerned about potential fallout than about what had actually happened. "Thank you, Minister," Dumbledore said smoothly. "We appreciate your prompt attention to the matter. I'm sure you'll want to review the examination protocols to prevent such misunderstandings in future." Yes, of course," Fudge nodded vigorously. "A full review." "Absolutely." He turned to Harry with an attempt at an avuncular smile. "Remarkable development, you're burning. Quite extraordinary. The ministry is naturally interested in such unprecedented magical growth, but always with the utmost respect for your well-being, my boy." Then perhaps, Arthur suggested, future observations could take place at Hogwarts under Madame Pomfrey's supervision, rather than at the ministry. Fudge blinked, clearly caught off guard by this suggestion. "Well, that is. There are facilities here specifically designed for an excellent compromise," Dumbledore interrupted. "Neutral territory, medical supervision, and still full access for ministry researchers to conduct approved observations. I'm sure Broderick will find the arrangement satisfactory." Cornered, Fudge could only nod in agreement. "I'll discuss it with the department. Now, if you'll excuse me, important meeting with the Bulgarian ambassador." As Fudge hurried away, Ron grinned. "That was brilliant, Dad. You just got Harry out of having to come back to the ministry." Arthur looked modestly pleased with himself. Sometimes the direct approach works best. They continued to the visitors' exit, all feeling a sense of victory despite the examination's uncomfortable moments. As they squeezed into the telephone booth for the ascent, Harry felt Fawkes' project's satisfaction and pride through their bond. "Thanks for destroying that device," Harry told the Phoenix quietly. "And for warning us about what Hawkworth was trying to do." Fawkes trilled softly, rubbing his head against Harry's cheek in a rare public display of affection. "One thing's certain," Percy remarked as they emerged onto the London street. "The ministry won't underestimate us again. They'll be more careful next time." "Next time?" Ron frowned. "There shouldn't be a next time. They tried to steal part of Harry's magic." "There will always be a next time," Arthur said soberly as they walked toward the leaky cauldron. "Harry's abilities make him valuable to many people. Hawkworth is just one of many who will try to use the Phoenix bond for their own purposes." Harry absorbed this reality silently. The burning had changed more than just his magical capabilities, it had raised the stakes in the ongoing struggle over his future. Fawkes had chosen him 5 years ago, setting him on a path unlike any other modern wizard. That path would never be easy or straightforward. But as he walked surrounded by the Weasleys, his family by choice if not by blood, with Fawkes a warm, reassuring presence on his shoulder, Harry felt equal to whatever challenges lay ahead. The burning had transformed him, yes, but so had 5 years of love, belonging, and purpose. Whatever Hawkworth and others like him might plan, Harry wasn't facing it alone. And that made all the difference. Chapter 3, Ashes to Flames, You'll write every day. "Maybe not every day, Jin," Harry said, grinning at the red-headed 9-year-old who'd attached herself to his arm. "But definitely every week. And I'll visit on weekends when I can." Ginny Weasley's lower lip jutted out stubbornly. "You promised we'd practice flying together this fall. How am I supposed to make the Quidditch team in 2 years if my coach goes to Hogwarts without me?" "Ron will help you," Harry offered, glancing at his brother who stood nearby, trying to look like he wasn't also upset about the separation. "Not the same," Ginny muttered, but finally released her death grip on Harry's arm. Platform 9 3/4 bustled around them, students loading trunks onto the Hogwarts Express, parents giving last-minute advice, owls hooting indignantly from their cages. But unlike the other students preparing to depart, Harry wasn't 11. At 10 years old, he was breaking centuries of Hogwarts tradition. "It's only for specialized training," Molly reminded them all for perhaps the 20th time that morning. "Harry will still live at the Burrow. He's just commuting to school." The arrangement had been finalized over the summer after extensive negotiations between Dumbledore, the Weasleys, and the Ministry. Harry would attend Hogwarts 3 days a week for specialized magical instruction, returning to the Burrow each evening via Fawkes. The compromise satisfied everyone, mostly. The Ministry got to claim they were properly supporting the Phoenix child's education. Dumbledore gained greater oversight of Harry's training. The Weasleys kept Harry as part of their daily family life. Only Harry had mixed feelings. The excitement of finally experiencing Hogwarts properly was tempered by guilt at leaving Ron and Ginny behind. "You're sure you've got everything?" Arthur asked, checking Harry's enchanted satchel. Unlike normal students with their massive trunks, Harry only needed to carry daily supplies. "Books, wand, lunch. And Fawkes will meet you there," Molly added anxiously. The Phoenix had transported himself ahead, as he sometimes did when Harry traveled by conventional means. "He's probably already waiting in Dumbledore's office," Harry assured her. "He's been extra excited about this, keeps sending me images of Hogwarts through the bond." Steam billowed from the train's engine, signaling imminent departure. "All aboard," called the conductor. The final goodbye was a chaotic flurry of hugs, with Molly squeezing Harry until he could barely breathe, Arthur giving him an encouraging pat on the back, the twins dramatically pretending to faint from grief, Percy offering one last recitation of school rules, and Ginny extracting a solemn pinky promise that Harry would teach her the sloth grip roll during his first weekend home. Ron's goodbye was the simplest but most affecting, a tight hug and a gruff, "Show them what a Weasley can do." Harry blinked rapidly as he boarded the train. After 7 years with the Weasleys, he still sometimes found himself overwhelmed by their unconditional acceptance. They'd taken in a scrawny, traumatized 3-year-old with a Phoenix and not only given him a home but made him truly one of them. Finding an empty compartment, Harry settled in for the journey. He'd barely gotten comfortable when the door slid open to reveal a familiar bushy-haired girl. "Harry. I hoped I'd find you." Hermione Granger beamed at him. "Is it true you're attending Hogwarts early? The special program Professor McGonagall mentioned at the Young Magical Scholars Symposium this summer?" "Yeah," Harry nodded, pleased to see his friend. 3 days a week to start. "That's wonderful." Hermione bounced into the seat across from him. "I've been reading all about Hogwarts. Did you know the ceiling in the Great Hall is enchanted to look like the sky outside? And the staircases move. And there are 142 known secret passages, though some might have collapsed over the centuries." Harry grinned, having long since grown accustomed to Hermione's enthusiasm for academic knowledge. They'd met 2 years earlier at a special workshop for magically gifted children, becoming fast friends despite, or perhaps because of, their different approaches to magic. Where Harry tended toward practical application and instinct, Hermione thrived on theory and research. "Mind if I join you?" came another familiar voice. Neville Longbottom stood hesitantly at the compartment door, a potted plant tucked under one arm. "Course not," Harry said warmly, gesturing to the empty seat. "What's with the plant?" "Mimbulus Mimbletonia," Neville said, handling the cactus-like growth with obvious pride. "Uncle Algy brought it back from Assyria for me. They're really rare." Hermione immediately launched into questions about the plant's magical properties, which Neville answered with growing confidence. Harry watched his friends with satisfaction. Like his bond with the Weasleys, these friendships had been unexpected gifts, connections that had helped heal the wounds left by his early years with the Dursleys. The compartment door slid open again. A boy with white blonde hair stood in the entrance, flanked by two larger boys. His sharp, pointed face held an expression of practiced superiority that faltered momentarily when he spotted Harry. "So it's true," the boy said, recovering quickly. "Harry Potter is coming to Hogwarts early. Special privileges for the Ministry's favorite Phoenix pet." Harry recognized Draco Malfoy from various wizarding functions. Their brief encounters had never been pleasant. "Malfoy," he acknowledged coolly. "Starting Hogwarts this year?" "Obviously," Draco drawled. "Unlike some, I'm actually the proper age." His gaze shifted to Harry's companions. "And already making better connections than, whatever these are." "These are my friends," Harry said, his voice hardening slightly. "Hermione Granger and Neville Longbottom." Draco's lip curled. "Longbottom I've heard of, barely magical, aren't you? And Granger?" He studied Hermione with narrowed eyes. "Not a name I'm familiar with." "My parents are dentists," Hermione offered. "Muggles," Draco sneered, as if confirming a suspicion. "You should be more selective about your company, Potter. Some wizarding families are better than others. I could help you there." Harry felt a familiar warmth building in his chest, not anger exactly, but the protective instinct that tended to trigger his more impressive accidental magic. Since the burning, he'd learned to channel this feeling rather than suppress it. "I think I can tell the right sort for myself, thanks," he said evenly, letting just a hint of his magic color his voice. The temperature in the compartment rose noticeably. The windows fogged slightly. Draco's eyes widened as he felt the shift in magical pressure. "Whatever," he muttered, backing toward the door. "Just a friendly offer. Come on, Crabbe, Goyle." The three boys retreated quickly. "That was brilliant," Neville said admiringly as Harry reined in his magic. "You didn't even need to draw your wand." "It wasn't intentional," Harry admitted. "Not completely, anyway. Since the burning last year, my magic sometimes responds to my emotions before I can fully control it." "The burning?" Hermione leaned forward, her academic curiosity clearly piqued. "I've read about that in Remarkable Magical Transformations Through the Ages. Phoenix-bonded wizards experience periodic magical fevers that restructure their magical cores, don't they?" "Basically," Harry nodded. "I had my first one last summer. Ended up in the Hogwarts infirmary with a 41-degree fever while my magic reorganized itself." "Sounds awful," Neville said with a sympathetic wince. "It was pretty intense," Harry acknowledged. "But afterward, everything changed. My magic feels, I don't know, more integrated. More responsive. Dumbledore says I'll probably have another burning around age 13. The book mentioned there are typically 3 major burnings, Hermione noted. Each more powerful than the last. That's what Dumbledore says too. Not looking forward to the next one if it's going to be worse than the first." The conversation shifted to more ordinary topics as the train continued northward. Hermione shared her excitement about finally attending Hogwarts after years of preparation. Neville expressed anxiety about living up to his grandmother's expectations. Harry described his specialized schedule, which would include advanced work with various professors while still allowing him to return home to the burrow each evening. "So you won't be sorted into a house?" Neville asked. "Not this year," Harry explained. "I'm technically a special apprentice, not a regular student. But next year, when I start full-time with all of you, I'll go through the sorting." "Which house do you think you'll be in?" Hermione asked. "I've been hoping for Gryffindor. Dumbledore himself was in Gryffindor, but Ravenclaw wouldn't be bad either. I suppose it really comes down to personality traits more than academic ability." Harry had thought about this often. All the Weasleys have been in Gryffindor. Ron would probably never forgive me if I ended up somewhere else. "But the hat considers your own qualities, not your family," Hermione pointed out. "Maybe," Harry said thoughtfully. Fawkes was Godric Gryffindor's phoenix originally, according to legend. Sometimes I think that connection might matter. Before they could discuss it further, a voice announced their imminent arrival at Hogsmeade Station. Hermione and Neville hurried off to change into their school robes, while Harry remained in his customized Hogwarts uniform, similar to the standard one but with a unique crest showing a phoenix where a house emblem would normally be. As the train pulled into the station, Harry felt a familiar presence through his bond. Fawkes had sensed his arrival and was nearby. A moment later, a flash of flame through the compartment window confirmed it as the phoenix circled the train. Students pressed against windows all along the carriages, pointing and exclaiming at the sight of Fawkes's brilliant plumage catching the afternoon sunlight. Even after 7 years of the bond, Harry still felt a surge of pride whenever he saw others admiring his phoenix companion. Furs years. Furs years over here. Hagrid's booming voice called as they disembarked. Harry gave Neville and Hermione quick hugs. Good luck with the boats and sorting. I'll see you at the feast. I'm supposed to meet Professor McGonagall by the carriages. Look after yourself, Harry, Hermione said, squeezing him tightly. And don't forget to take notes on the specialized curriculum. I want to hear everything. Fawkes swooped down as Harry made his way through the crowd, landing gracefully on his shoulder. The phoenix's weight was familiar and comforting, a constant in his life since that transformative moment in the Dursleys' kitchen 7 years earlier. Excitement. Pride. Beginning. The impressions flowed through their bond as Fawkes greeted him. I'm excited too, Harry murmured to his feathered companion. Think I'll make a good apprentice? Fawkes trilled confidently, conveying absolute certainty. Professor McGonagall waited beside the horseless carriages, her stern expression softening slightly at the sight of Harry and Fawkes approaching. Mr. Potter, welcome to Hogwarts, in an official capacity, at last. She nodded to the phoenix. Fawkes, you're looking particularly radiant today. Fawkes preened slightly at the compliment. The headmaster is awaiting you in his office to review your schedule before the welcoming feast, McGonagall continued, gesturing toward one of the carriages. You'll be introduced to the school after the first-year sorting. The carriage ride to the castle gave Harry a different perspective than his previous visits. Rather than arriving by Floo or Fawkes's flame transportation directly into Dumbledore's office, he now approached Hogwarts as generations of students had, watching the magnificent castle grow larger, its many towers silhouetted against the twilight sky, windows glowing with golden light. Entering through the main doors, Harry followed McGonagall through corridors already familiar from his previous visits, yet somehow different now that he was officially a student, even if a non-traditional one. Portraits whispered as they passed. Ghosts paused in their drifting to stare curiously. The Phoenix Child. Special Apprentice Program. Breaking centuries of tradition. The whispers followed them all the way to the gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office. Sugar quills, McGonagall stated, and the gargoyle sprang aside to reveal the moving spiral staircase. Dumbledore stood by the window of his circular office, apparently deep in thought. He turned as they entered, blue eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles. Harry. Right on time. And looking quite official in your new uniform, I must say. Harry grinned, glancing down at his robes. It feels strange, sir. Good strange, though. I imagine it does. Dumbledore gestured to a chair across from his desk. Please, sit. We have a few matters to discuss before the feast. As Harry settled in, Fawkes flew from his shoulder to the golden perch beside Dumbledore's desk, his old perch before bonding with Harry. The Phoenix looked around the office with what Harry interpreted as nostalgic satisfaction. First, Dumbledore began, your schedule. 3 days a week, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, you'll attend specialized classes here at Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall will oversee Transfiguration, naturally. Professor Flitwick, Charms. Professor Sinistra has agreed to provide accelerated astronomy instruction. And Professor Blackthorn, our new defense against the dark arts teacher, has expressed particular interest in working with you. New teacher? Harry asked, not recognizing the name. Indeed. Professor Serena Blackthorne joins us this year with impressive credentials. Previously, she worked in Egypt as a curse-breaker with a specialty in protective magic. Her expertise in ancient defensive practices should prove most valuable to your education. Fawkes made a soft noise from his perch, not his usual musical trill but something more questioning. Dumbledore glanced at the phoenix. Yes, Fawkes, I'm aware of your reservations. Professor Blackthorne comes highly recommended, however, and her research into phoenix-related protective magic is particularly relevant to Harry's situation. This was interesting news to Harry. She studied phoenix magic specifically. Among other ancient protective forms, yes. You'll meet her at the feast. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. I believe she's quite eager to make your acquaintance. They reviewed Harry's complete schedule, which included not only standard magical subjects but specialized sessions focused on his phoenix bond. Twice weekly, he would work with Dumbledore himself on what the headmaster called bond harmonization, exercises designed to deepen and refine his connection with Fawkes. What about living arrangements for the days I'm here? Harry asked. Since I'm not in a house. You'll have private quarters adjacent to my office, Dumbledore explained. Not that I expect you'll use them much, since Fawkes will transport you home each evening, but they're available should you need to stay overnight for any reason. McGonagall checked her watch. The first years will be arriving shortly, Albus. We should proceed to the Great Hall. Indeed we should, Dumbledore agreed, rising from his chair. Harry, you'll join the staff table for the welcoming feast. After the sorting, I'll introduce you and explain your unique position to the school. Harry's stomach fluttered with nerves. He'd known this moment was coming, his official introduction to Hogwarts, but the reality of having the entire school's attention focused on him was daunting. Sensing his unease, Fawkes returned to Harry's shoulder, projecting calming sensations through their bond. Strength. Belonging. Purpose. Thanks, buddy, Harry murmured, drawing reassurance from the Phoenix's presence. They made their way to the Great Hall, where 4 long house tables stretched beneath the enchanted ceiling, currently showing a clear night sky scattered with stars. Candles floated in midair, casting a warm glow over everything. The staff table stood on a raised platform at the front of the hall, with Dumbledore's ornate chair at the center. Students already seated at their house tables turned to stare as Harry entered with Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Fawkes. Whispers erupted immediately, spreading like ripples in a pond. That's him, the Phoenix child. Younger than I expected. Why is he wearing Hogwarts robes? He's not 11 yet. Dumbledore led Harry to a seat at the staff table between an empty chair, presumably McGonagall's, and a striking woman Harry didn't recognize. She appeared to be in her late 30s, with sharp features and dark hair pulled back in an elegant knot. Her robes were deep blue with subtle silver embroidery that seemed to shift and change in the candlelight. Professor Blackthorne, Dumbledore introduced, may I present Harry Potter. Harry, Professor Serena Blackthorne, our new defense against the dark arts instructor. Blackthorne's dark eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that made him slightly uncomfortable. Her gaze lingered even longer on Fawkes. Mr. Potter, she said in a melodic voice with a hint of an accent Harry couldn't place. The honor is mine. I've studied Phoenix bonds extensively, but never expected to meet a bonded pair in my lifetime. Harry shook her extended hand, noticing the calluses and subtle scars that marked her as someone accustomed to practical magic rather than just theory. Nice to meet you, Professor. Your Phoenix is magnificent, she continued, still staring at Fawkes with barely concealed fascination. The coloration suggests exceptional age, even by Phoenix standards. Fawkes shifted slightly on Harry's shoulder, moving away from Blackthorne's scrutiny. Through their bond, Harry sensed wariness, though not outright alarm. Fawkes doesn't really like being discussed as a specimen, Harry explained, trying to be polite while respecting his companion's discomfort. He understands everything we say. Blackthorn's expression flickered briefly before settling back into a polite smile. Of course. My apologies, Fawkes. Professional curiosity sometimes overwhelms my manners. Before the conversation could continue, the great hall doors opened to admit Professor McGonagall leading a line of nervous-looking first-years. Among them, Harry spotted Neville's round face and Hermione's bushy hair, as well as Draco Malfoy's distinctive platinum blonde. The sorting ceremony began with McGonagall placing the ancient sorting hat on its stool. The hat's brim split into a mouth-like opening, and it launched into a song about the four houses and their founders. Harry listened with interest, knowing he would undergo this same ritual next year when he officially joined a house. As the first years were sorted one by one, Harry watched his friends find their places. Hermione went to Gryffindor after a longer-than-average deliberation by the hat. Neville, to his obvious surprise, also joined Gryffindor. Malfoy was sorted into Slytherin the instant the hat touched his head. When the sorting concluded, Dumbledore rose for his welcoming speech. After the usual announcements about forbidden items and out-of-bounds areas, he gestured toward Harry. This year brings a special addition to our Hogwarts family. Many of you will have heard of Harry Potter, known to some as the Phoenix Child. Murmurs rippled through the hall. Mr. Potter has been invited to join an experimental apprenticeship program, attending specialized classes here 3 days a week despite being a year below our usual starting age. The whispers intensified. Harry tried to maintain a neutral expression despite his growing discomfort at being the center of attention. This unprecedented arrangement recognizes both Mr. Potter's unique magical circumstances and our responsibility to provide appropriate education for all magical children, including those with exceptional needs or abilities, Dumbledore continued. While Mr. Potter will not yet belong to a house, I expect all Hogwarts students to show him the same courtesy and friendship you would any first year. Harry caught Hermione giving him an encouraging thumbs up from the Gryffindor table. Neville smiled shyly. Other faces showed expressions ranging from curiosity to skepticism to outright awe. And now, Dumbledore concluded with a clap of his hands, let the feast begin. Food appeared on the golden plates, momentarily distracting the students from Harry. Conversation and the clatter of utensils filled the hall as everyone dug into the magnificent spread. Your first official Hogwarts feast, Professor Flitwick squeaked from further down the table. Quite a milestone, Mr. Potter. Harry nodded, helping himself to roast chicken and potatoes. Molly had packed him a sandwich for the train journey, but that had been hours ago, and the delicious aromas from the feast made his stomach growl appreciatively. Throughout the meal, Harry noticed Professor Blackthorn watching him and Fawkes with barely concealed fascination. Whenever he caught her eye, she would smile politely and look away, only to resume her observation moments later. After dessert, when students began to look drowsy and content, Dumbledore dismissed everyone to their dormitories. As the prefects led the first years out, Harry remained at the staff table, uncertain of his next steps. I'll show you to your quarters now, Dumbledore offered, rising from his chair. Though I imagine you'd prefer to return to the Burrow tonight rather than staying at the castle. If that's okay, Harry nodded. I promised Ginny I'd be back to tell her all about the feast. Dumbledore smiled knowingly. Miss Weasley is finding your departure particularly difficult, I gather. She made me promise to visit every weekend and write detailed letters about everything I learn, Harry admitted with a grin. Ron too, though he tries to act like it doesn't bother him. The bonds of family are powerful magic in their own right, Dumbledore observed. Now, shall we show you your Hogwarts accommodations before Fawkes takes you home? As they left the Great Hall, Professor Blackthorn intercepted them. Headmaster, might I have a word with Mr. Potter before he departs? I'd like to discuss our upcoming lessons. Of course, Serena, Dumbledore nodded. Though perhaps keep it brief. It's been a long day of travel, and Harry has a family waiting for his return. Naturally, Blackthorn smiled. Just a quick overview of what we'll be covering. She led Harry to a quiet alcove near the entrance hall, Fawkes still perched attentively on his shoulder. "I wanted to speak with you privately, Mr. Potter," Blackthorn said, her voice low and intense. "What Albus, Professor Dumbledore, may not have mentioned is that I've devoted much of my career to studying Phoenix magic specifically. The protective aspects, the transportation capabilities, the healing properties, all of it fascinates me." Harry nodded cautiously. "Professor Dumbledore mentioned you had expertise in that area." "More than expertise," Blackthorn corrected. "Devotion. There is no more pure, more powerful magical connection in our world than a Phoenix bond. And to meet someone who has experienced it firsthand, at such a young age, no less, is an opportunity beyond price." Through his bond with Fawkes, Harry sensed growing unease. The Phoenix's talons tightened slightly on his shoulder. "I'm happy to learn whatever you can teach me," Harry said carefully. "Especially anything that helps me understand the bond better." Blackthorn's eyes gleamed with an intensity that made Harry uncomfortable. "Oh, we'll discover much together, Mr. Potter. The ancients understood Phoenix magic far better than modern wizards. My research in Egypt uncovered texts that suggest abilities far beyond what even Dumbledore comprehends." "What kind of abilities?" Harry asked, curiosity temporarily overriding caution. "Transportation across not just space but time. Healing not just wounds but magical damage previously thought permanent. Protective barriers that can shield entire cities." Blackthorn's voice grew more passionate as she spoke. "The potential is limitless, but modern wizards have lost the knowledge, the techniques, the proper respect for such power." Fawkes shifted restlessly, projecting stronger warnings through their bond. "Caution. Secrets. Hidden." "That sounds interesting," Harry said, taking a small step back. "But I should probably go now. My family's waiting." Blackthorn seemed to catch herself, her intensity receding behind a more professional demeanor. "Of course. Forgive my enthusiasm. We'll have plenty of time to explore these topics in our lessons. I look forward to Wednesday's class immensely." Harry nodded and retreated quickly, rejoining Dumbledore who waited at a discreet distance. "Everything all right, Harry?" the headmaster asked, noting his expression. "I think so," Harry said slowly. "Professor Blackthorn is just, very passionate about Phoenix magic." "Indeed she is," Dumbledore agreed. "Her research has contributed significantly to our understanding of ancient protective enchantments. I believe you'll find her a knowledgeable, if somewhat intense, instructor." They continued to Harry's assigned quarters, located behind a portrait of a young wizard with a phoenix, possibly Godric Gryffindor himself, though the plaque identifying the subject had faded to illegibility over the centuries. The rooms were simple but comfortable, a bedroom with a four-poster bed, a small sitting area with a desk and bookshelves, and a private bathroom. A perch for Fawkes stood by the window, magically heated to the phoenix's preferred temperature. "These were originally created for visiting Phoenix researchers," Dumbledore explained. "Though they haven't been used for that purpose in several centuries. I had them refurbished for your use." "They're great," Harry said, genuinely impressed. "Though I'll probably still go home most nights." "As you should," Dumbledore nodded. "Family bonds must be nurtured, especially during times of transition. Now, I believe a certain young Weasley is anxiously awaiting news of your grand Hogwarts entrance." Harry grinned. "Ginny made me promise to tell her everything about the feast, right down to what kind of desserts they served. Then you mustn't keep her waiting. I'll see you on Wednesday for our first official lesson." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "Do give Arthur and Molly my regards." With a final look around his new quarters, Harry turned to Fawkes. "Ready to go home, buddy?" Fawkes trilled affirmatively, gripping Harry's shoulder. The familiar warmth of Phoenix fire engulfed them, and Hogwarts dissolved into flame and light. An instant later, they materialized in the Weasleys' kitchen. Molly dropped the teacup she was holding, and Ginny shrieked with delight, launching herself from her chair to tackle Harry in a fierce hug. "You're back. Tell us everything." Within moments, the entire Weasley family had converged on the kitchen. Ron tried to act nonchalant but couldn't hide his eagerness to hear about Hogwarts. The twins demanded to know if Harry had discovered any secret passages yet. Percy asked detailed questions about the curriculum. Arthur simply beamed at having everyone together again. As Harry recounted the day's events to his captivated family, the uneasiness he'd felt during his conversation with Professor Blackthorne gradually faded. Here, surrounded by the people who had taken him in and loved him unconditionally, even the most unsettling aspects of his new Hogwarts role seemed manageable. Later that night, after everyone else had gone to bed, Harry lay awake in the room he shared with Ron, listening to his brother's familiar snoring. Fawkes perched on his bedside table, watching him with knowing eyes. "What do you think of Professor Blackthorne?" Harry whispered to the Phoenix. "You seemed uncomfortable around her." Through their bond came complex impressions, knowledge, power, secrets, caution. "You think she knows things about Phoenix magic? Things she's not sharing with Dumbledore?" Fawkes tilted his head, projecting affirmation tinged with uncertainty. The message was clear: Blackthorne knew things, important things, but her intentions remained unclear. "I'll be careful around her," Harry promised. "We both will." Satisfied with this, Fawkes tucked his head under his wing, signaling an end to the conversation. Harry turned onto his side, mind still spinning with the day's experiences. Despite the unsettling encounter with Blackthorne, excitement about his new role at Hogwarts remained uppermost in his thoughts. Tomorrow would be a day at home, then Wednesday would bring his first official lessons as a Hogwarts apprentice. Whatever challenges lay ahead, he would face them with Fawkes at his side and the Weasleys supporting him. With that comforting thought, Harry finally drifted into sleep. Harry's first month at Hogwarts established a rhythm that balanced his educational needs with family life. Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays found him at the castle, moving between specialized lessons with various professors. Tuesdays, Thursdays, and weekends he remained at the Burrow, continuing his studies under Molly's supervision and maintaining his close bonds with Ron and Ginny. The arrangement worked better than anyone had expected. Harry thrived under the advanced instruction, his natural talents enhanced by the Phoenix bond and further refined by the burning he'd experienced the previous year. McGonagall had him performing fourth-year transfigurations. Flitwick marveled at his intuitive grasp of charm theory. Even Snape, who supervised occasional potion sessions, could find little fault with Harry's brewing techniques, though that didn't stop him from trying. Most intriguing, however, were his lessons with Professor Blackthorne. True to her word, she possessed knowledge of Phoenix magic far beyond anything Harry had encountered before. Their sessions often left him simultaneously exhilarated and uneasy. The key to understanding Phoenix magic, Blackthorne explained during their third lesson, is recognizing that it operates on principles entirely different from human magic. Where our spells manipulate external forces, Phoenix magic transforms reality itself. She paced her classroom, gesturing expansively. Unlike other defense professors who focused on practical demonstrations, Blackthorne preferred theoretical discussions, at least with Harry. Her regular classes with the other students apparently followed a more standard curriculum. "Consider flame transportation," she continued. "When Fawkes moves you from one location to another, he's not simply applying force to relocate matter. He's temporarily converting you both to a different state of existence, one that transcends normal physical constraints." Harry nodded, finding this consistent with his subjective experience of Phoenix travel. "It feels like dissolving and reforming." "Exactly." Blackthorne's eyes lit with scholarly excitement. Matter to energy to matter again, but governed by will and intention rather than mechanical processes. She leaned closer, voice dropping conspiratorially. "Have you ever attempted to direct the transportation yourself? To choose the destination rather than leaving it entirely to Fawkes?" Harry hesitated. He had indeed practiced this with Dumbledore's guidance, gradually developing the ability to influence their destination during flame travel. But something in Blackthorne's eager question made him reluctant to share this progress. We've tried a bit, he said vaguely. It's difficult. Fawkes, perched on his shoulder as always during these lessons, gave a soft trill that Harry interpreted as approval of his discretion. Blackthorn studied them both with narrowed eyes. The texts suggest that a truly integrated bond allows for shared intention, the human providing precision targeting, the phoenix providing the transformative fire. Maybe someday, Harry shrugged noncommittally. We're still working on basics. Though clearly disappointed by his reticence, Blackthorn didn't press further. Instead, she retrieved an ancient-looking scroll from her desk. I found this in a forgotten chamber beneath the Temple of Karnak, she explained, carefully unrolling the brittle papyrus. It depicts one of the earliest known phoenix-bonded wizards, an Egyptian priest called Nekhabet who lived nearly 4,000 years ago. The faded image showed a robed figure with a phoenix perched on an ornate staff. Around them, hieroglyphics formed intricate patterns. The text describes how Nekhabet used his bond to create permanent protective wards around the pharaoh's tomb, wards that allegedly still function today, though the tomb's location has been lost. Harry studied the image with genuine interest. How did he do it? Create permanent wards, I mean. Blackthorn's smile held a hint of triumph at having recaptured his attention. The phoenix tears, freely given and properly prepared, can anchor spells to physical locations in ways ordinary magic cannot achieve. Combined with the bonded wizard's intention and power. She gestured expansively. Protections that outlast civilizations. This was new information that even Dumbledore hadn't shared. Harry glanced at Fawkes, who seemed neither alarmed nor particularly impressed by this revelation. Could any wizard use phoenix tears that way, or just someone with a bond? Harry asked. That, Blackthorn said, is the critical question. The ancient texts suggest the bond itself is essential, that the tears must come from your bonded phoenix, and the magic must flow through the connection you share. Her gaze intensified. Which is why bonded pairs like you and Fawkes are so extraordinary, so valuable. The way she said valuable sent a small chill down Harry's spine. Has anyone tried it recently? He asked, trying to sound merely curious. Using phoenix tears for permanent enchantments? Not successfully, Blackthorn admitted. The knowledge was largely lost, the techniques forgotten. Modern wizards use phoenix tears primarily for healing, ignoring their more transformative applications. Their lessons often followed this pattern, Blackthorn sharing tantalizing fragments of ancient phoenix lore, always emphasizing the bond's untapped potential, while Harry maintained a careful balance between expressed interest and personal caution. Through it all, Fawkes remained watchful, his impressions through the bond helping Harry navigate the complex interactions. After each session with Blackthorn, Harry would meet with Dumbledore for their bond harmonization exercises, a combination of meditation, magical practice, and philosophical discussion that deepened his connection with Fawkes. Professor Blackthorn mentioned something interesting today, Harry told Dumbledore after a particularly intense lesson in late October. About using phoenix tears to create permanent enchantments. Dumbledore's expression remained neutral, though his eyes sharpened with interest. Did she indeed? And what did Fawkes think of this information? Harry had noticed this pattern in their conversations, Dumbledore always asking for Fawkes's perspective, often before seeking Harry's own thoughts. It had puzzled him initially, until he realized the headmaster was encouraging him to interpret the bond correctly rather than projecting his own wishes onto the phoenix. He didn't seem surprised, Harry answered after checking the impression through their bond. More like, he already knew it was possible but doesn't consider it particularly important. Fawkes trilled softly from his perch by Dumbledore's desk, confirming this interpretation. Fascinating, Dumbledore murmured. Phoenixes have different priorities than humans, Harry. What seems revolutionary to us may be trivial to them, and vice versa. Professor Blackthorn seems really focused on the practical applications of phoenix magic, Harry observed. Especially protective enchantments and transportation. Natural areas of interest for a defense instructor, Dumbledore noted mildly. Though I admit Serena's enthusiasm sometimes exceeds standard academic curiosity. She mentioned an Egyptian priest who created permanent wards using phoenix tears. Ah, Nekabet. Dumbledore nodded. Yes, there are several historical accounts of his achievements, though modern scholars debate their accuracy. Harry hesitated before asking his next question. Sir, do you think Professor Blackthorne wants something specific from me and Fawkes? Something beyond just teaching? Dumbledore studied Harry thoughtfully, fingers steepled beneath his chin. What does your bond tell you, Harry? Closing his eyes, Harry concentrated on the impressions flowing from Fawkes. Knowledge. Seeking. Ancient. Power. Fawkes thinks she's looking for something specific, Harry said slowly, translating the sensations into words. Something old and powerful. She thinks we can help her find it or use it. And how does that make you feel? Cautious, Harry admitted. But also curious. If there's ancient phoenix magic that could be useful, shouldn't we learn about it? A mature perspective, Dumbledore nodded approvingly. Caution balanced with curiosity often leads to the wisest path forward. Continue your lessons with Professor Blackthorne, but maintain your admirable discretion. And remember that Fawkes's instincts regarding his own magic likely exceed both my knowledge and Serena's research. The conversation shifted to Harry's progress with wandless magic, another ability enhanced by his phoenix bond and accelerated by the burning. By session's end, he'd successfully summoned objects from across the room using only focused intent and subtle gestures, a skill that Dumbledore assured him many adult wizards never mastered. Later that evening, when Fawkes transported him back to the burrow, Harry found Ron and Ginny waiting impatiently in the kitchen. Finally! Ron exclaimed. Mum wouldn't let us start dinner until you got back. Sorry, Harry grinned, sliding into his usual seat at the table. Dumbledore wanted to see how many cushions I could summon wandlessly before my magic tired out. And? Ginny prompted. 23 before they started coming in wobbly. My personal best. Ron looked impressed despite his hunger. Blimey. I can barely manage one with a wand. That's because you don't practice enough, Ginny said critically. Harry's been teaching me, and I almost summoned a quill yesterday. I felt it wobble. You didn't tell me that, Harry said, genuinely pleased. That's brilliant, Gin. She beamed at his praise, her earlier irritation forgotten. Molly bustled in from the garden, Arthur following with an armful of freshly picked vegetables. There you are, Harry dear. How was today's lesson with Professor Blackthorne? Interesting, Harry said, accepting the bowl of stew Molly handed him. She's been teaching me about ancient Egyptian wizards who bonded with phoenixes. Ancient Egypt? Arthur perked up. Bill might know something about that. He's coming home this weekend, you know. Gringotts has him back in London between curse-breaking assignments. This was welcome news. Bill's visits were always a highlight, especially since he'd taken a job in Egypt that limited his time in England. As the oldest Weasley child, he becomes something of a hero figure to Harry, cool, accomplished, and refreshingly laid back compared to Percy's stuffiness or the twins' chaotic energy. The weekend arrived, bringing not just Bill but also Charlie, creating a full house that buzzed with conversation and laughter. Saturday morning found them all gathered around the expanded kitchen table, demolishing Molly's legendary breakfast spread. So this Blackthorne woman specializes in ancient protective magic? Bill asked between bites of toast, picking up the thread of Harry's description of his Hogwarts lessons. What's her take on phoenix tears as catalysts? Harry nearly choked on his pumpkin juice. You know about that? Course I do, Bill shrugged. Part of Gringotts' Cursebreaker training. Old Egyptian tombs sometimes used phoenix-enhanced protections. Rare, but nasty to dismantle if you don't recognize the magical signature. Professor Blackthorne mentioned someone called Nekabet who created permanent wards using phoenix tears, Harry said excitedly, relieved to discuss the topic with someone besides Blackthorne herself. She had a scroll showing him with a phoenix. Bill nodded thoughtfully. High priest of Ammonius during the Middle Kingdom. There's a chamber in the Karnak temple complex that's supposedly protected by his magic, still impenetrable after 4,000 years. She mentioned finding a scroll at Karnak. Makes sense. That's where most of the records about him would be. Bill took a sip of tea. Though I'm surprised she's focusing on the protective aspects rather than the transportation network. Harry blinked. Transportation network? Yeah, that was Nekabet's major innovation. According to the legends, anyway. Bill leaned forward, warming to the subject. He supposedly created a series of connected sanctuaries across Egypt that Phoenix-bonded wizards could access instantaneously, sort of an ancient flow network, but more secure and only usable by specific people. This was new information. Blackthorn had mentioned Nekabet's protective wards but said nothing about a transportation network. The omission seemed deliberate in retrospect. How did it work? Harry asked, genuinely curious. The records are fragmentary, Bill admitted. Something about anchor stones marked with phoenix tears and blood from the bonded wizard. But the locations were lost thousands of years ago, so it's mostly academic now. Charlie, who had been listening with interest, joined the conversation. Dragons and phoenixes share some magical properties, you know. Both fire creatures with intrinsic magic rather than the learned kind we humans use. We found dragon sanctuaries with similar anchor stones, places they instinctively return to even after centuries. Might be related, Bill nodded. Ancient wizards often recognized connections between magical species that we've forgotten today. The conversation drifted to other topics as breakfast continued, but Harry's mind kept returning to the transportation network Bill had described. Why had Blackthorn omitted this crucial detail about Nekabet's achievements? And more importantly, was her research truly academic, or was she actively seeking to recreate the ancient system? That afternoon, while the others played Quidditch in the orchard, Harry pulled Bill aside for a private conversation. Could someone actually rebuild Nekabet's transportation network today? If they had a phoenix and a bonded wizard? Bill considered the question seriously. Theoretically, maybe. But they'd need more than just the phoenix bond. The original anchor stones would have to be found, or new ones created using the correct ritual procedures. And the texts describing those rituals are supposedly locked away in the Department of Mysteries or lost entirely. What if someone found those texts? In Egypt or somewhere? Then it would still require immense magical power and precise technique. Bill studied Harry thoughtfully. Why so interested? Is Blackthorn suggesting you try to recreate ancient Egyptian magic? Not exactly, Harry hedged. But she keeps hinting at untapped potential in my bond with Fawkes. Ways to use phoenix magic that modern wizards have forgotten. Bill's expression grew serious. Be careful, Harry. Ancient magic isn't inherently dark, but it often involves principles modern wizarding society considers ethically problematic. Blood components, life force exchanges, soul magics, the old wizards didn't share our modern squeamishness. You think Professor Blackthorn might be into darker stuff? I'm not saying that, Bill clarified. Curse breakers have to understand ancient magical systems, including the aspects we wouldn't practice today. But there's a difference between academic understanding and active pursuit. He squeezed Harry's shoulder. Just keep your eyes open, yeah. And if Blackthorn starts suggesting anything involving blood rituals or necessary sacrifices, talk to Dumbledore immediately. This warning lingered in Harry's mind as he returned to Hogwarts the following Monday. During his lesson with Blackthorn, he paid closer attention to the texts she referenced, noting how carefully she seemed to edit the information she shared. The ancients understood that phoenix magic requires balance, Blackthorn was saying, illustrating her point with diagrams of magical flow. Power freely given, not taken. Intent aligned between bird and bonded. Like Nekabet's transportation network? Harry asked innocently. Blackthorn's hand froze momentarily over her parchment. You've been doing additional research. How commendable. My brother Bill works as a curse breaker in Egypt, Harry explained. He mentioned Nekabet created a system of connected sanctuaries, not just tomb protections. Indeed he did, Blackthorn acknowledged, recovering smoothly. Though the sanctuary network is less well documented than his protective enchantments. Bill said it used anchor stones marked with phoenix tears and wizard's blood. Something flashed in Blackthorn's eyes, excitement, calculation, perhaps both. The Weasley boy is well informed. Yes, the network required physical anchors. Blood and tears together create a sympathetic resonance that transcends ordinary spatial constraints. Sounds like dark magic, Harry said cautiously. Using blood, I mean. Blackthorn waved a dismissive hand. Modern wizarding prejudices. Blood magic isn't inherently dark, it's simply powerful, personal, and therefore easily misused. The intent matters more than the components. Have you found any of the anchor stones? Harry asked, watching her reaction carefully. What makes you think I'm looking for them? Blackthorn countered, a slight edge entering her voice. Harry shrugged, feigning casual interest. Just wondering why you'd research something nobody can use anymore. Blackthorn studied him for a long moment, as if reassessing his perceptiveness. Academic curiosity, primarily, she finally said. Though I admit, the possibility of rediscovering such powerful ancient magic has a certain allure. Imagine secure transportation for select individuals, bypassing all known magical barriers. The applications for magical security would be revolutionary. The conversation moved to safer topics after that, but Harry left the lesson convinced that Blackthorn's interest went far beyond academic research. Something in her intensity, her careful parsing of information, suggested active pursuit rather than theoretical study. He debated sharing these concerns with Dumbledore during their afternoon session but ultimately decided to gather more information first. If Blackthorn was simply an enthusiastic researcher with unconventional interests, accusing her of darker motives could damage both her reputation and his relationship with a knowledgeable teacher. Instead, Harry focused on deepening his bond with Fawkes, finding that each harmonization session with Dumbledore enhanced his ability to interpret the Phoenix's complex impressions. What had begun years ago as simple emotional sensations had evolved into nuanced communication, not quite language, but a rich exchange of concepts, memories, and intentions. By late November, Harry could receive impressions from Fawkes at increasingly greater distances. He discovered this ability accidentally while at the Burrow on a Tuesday, feeling Fawkes's alarm despite the Phoenix being at Hogwarts with Dumbledore. The sensation was faint but unmistakable: urgency, warning, location. "I need to go to Hogwarts," he announced abruptly, standing up from the kitchen table where he'd been studying with Ron and Ginny. "Something's wrong with Fawkes." "But it's Tuesday," Ron pointed out, confused. "You don't have lessons today." "I know, but he's calling me. I can feel it." Harry concentrated on the bond, projecting his response, coming. "Wait. Together." The answering impression confirmed his interpretation. Fawkes was indeed calling him, from somewhere deep within Hogwarts Castle. "I'm going to try something," Harry told his siblings. "I've been practicing with Dumbledore, but never at this distance." "Practicing what?" Ginny asked. Instead of answering, Harry closed his eyes and focused on the bond, visualizing Fawkes's location, channeling his magic the way they'd practiced during harmonization sessions. Fire bloomed within him, not burning but transforming, and he felt himself dissolving, becoming light and heat and pure intention. The kitchen vanished. An instant later, Harry rematerialized beside Fawkes in what appeared to be an ancient, unused corridor deep beneath Hogwarts. Momentary dizziness nearly sent him to his knees, but the Phoenix's steadying presence through their bond helped him recover quickly. "It worked," he gasped, hardly believing he'd managed flame transportation without Fawkes physically initiating it. "I actually did it." Fawkes trilled approvingly, but the sound held an undertone of urgency. Through their bond came clear impressions: danger, discovery, secrets. "What's wrong? Why did you call me?" The phoenix led Harry down the corridor to where a section of stone wall stood partially open, revealing a hidden passage. Inside, Harry could see a chamber lit with an eerie blue glow. Intrusion. Ancient. Wrong. Harry understood immediately. Someone had discovered a secret place, somewhere they shouldn't be. Moving cautiously, he peered around the edge of the hidden door. The chamber beyond was circular, its walls covered with faded murals depicting phoenixes in flight. At the center stood a raised dais supporting a stone pedestal. And bending over the pedestal, completely absorbed in examining something upon it, was Professor Blackthorne. She muttered incantations as she worked, her wand tracing complex patterns over what appeared to be a large crystal set into the pedestal's surface. The crystal pulsed with the same blue light that illuminated the chamber, each pulse sending ripples of magic through the air that Harry could almost see. An anchor stone, he whispered to Fawkes, remembering Bill's description. She found one of Nekabet's anchor stones. The phoenix confirmed this with a solemn trill. Through their bond came impressions of age. Power. Gateway. Harry hesitated, unsure whether to confront Blackthorne or retreat and inform Dumbledore. The decision was made for him when Fawkes suddenly launched from his shoulder with a piercing cry, swooping into the chamber to circle aggressively above Blackthorne's head. The professor spun around, wand raised defensively, then froze at the sight of the phoenix. Her surprise doubled when she spotted Harry in the doorway. "Mr. Potter," she said, recovering quickly. "How unexpected. I didn't realize students knew of this chamber." "I didn't," Harry replied, stepping fully into the room. "Fawkes called me. He was concerned about, whatever you're doing." Blackthorne's expression shifted from surprise to calculation. "Called you? Across the castle? That's remarkable, Harry. Your bond is progressing even faster than I anticipated." "Actually, I was at home. At the Burrow." Harry saw no reason to hide this achievement. "I transported myself here when I felt Fawkes's alarm." This information clearly shocked Blackthorne. Self-initiated flame transportation over that distance? Without prior coordination? That's unprecedented. "What is this place?" Harry asked, gesturing at the murals. "And what are you doing here?" Blackthorne seemed to debate internally before deciding on honesty, or at least partial honesty. "This is one of Hogwarts' oldest chambers, dating back to Gryffindor's time. I discovered references to it in some ancient texts and finally located it last week." "And that?" Harry pointed to the crystal on the pedestal. "Is that what I think it is?" A smile spread slowly across Blackthorne's face. "You've been paying attention to our lessons." "Yes, it appears to be an anchor stone, one of Nekabet's original network points, brought to Britain by Gryffindor himself." "Why would Gryffindor bring an Egyptian artifact to Hogwarts?" "Because he was Phoenix bonded," Blackthorne explained, her excitement overcoming her usual caution. "The historical records suggest he intended to create a European extension of the ancient network, secure transportation for the Hogwarts founders and their trusted allies." This made a certain logical sense, though Harry wondered why Dumbledore had never mentioned this chamber if it was so historically significant. "Does Professor Dumbledore know you found this place?" Something flickered in Blackthorne's eyes. "Not yet. I wanted to confirm my theories before bringing it to his attention. The headmaster is extraordinarily busy, after all." Fawkes continued to circle overhead, projecting suspicion and warning through their bond. Clearly, the Phoenix did not trust Blackthorne's explanation. "I think we should tell him now," Harry said firmly. "He'll want to know about a discovery this important." "Of course," Blackthorne agreed, though her smile tightened. "Though perhaps you could assist me with one small experiment first. A simple test of the anchor stone's responsiveness to Phoenix magic. Nothing invasive or dangerous." "What kind of test?" "Just a single Phoenix tear, freely given, to see if the stone still recognizes Phoenix magic after all these centuries." Blackthorne gestured to the crystal. "No blood components, nothing dark. Pure academic research. Harry glanced up at Fawkes, seeking his opinion. The Phoenix's response was immediate and unambiguous: deception. Trap. Refuse. I don't think that's a good idea, Harry said, backing toward the doorway. Fawkes doesn't want to interact with the stone. Blackthorn's pleasant demeanor slipped further. The Phoenix doesn't decide how to use his magic, Harry. You do. As the bonded wizard, you direct the partnership. This statement, so contrary to everything Dumbledore had taught him about respecting Fawkes's autonomy, confirmed Harry's growing suspicions. That's not how our bond works, he said flatly. We're partners. I don't direct Fawkes, and he doesn't control me. We decide together. A charming sentiment, Blackthorn said, her voice cooling. But historically inaccurate. The ancient texts are quite clear: the wizard commands, the Phoenix serves. Dumbledore has been feeding you a modern, sanitized version of the bond's true nature. Harry edged closer to the doorway. I think we're done here, Professor. I'm going to find Dumbledore. I'm afraid I can't let you do that, Mr. Potter. Blackthorn raised her wand. Not until we've completed our work here. Before Harry could react, she cast a silent spell that sealed the chamber's entrance, the stone door sliding shut with an ominous thud. A second spell shot toward Fawkes, expanding into a glowing net of magical energy. The Phoenix evaded the net with a burst of flame, reappearing beside Harry in a defensive posture. Through their bond flowed impressions of danger. Prepare. Fight. I had hoped to approach this more gradually, Blackthorn said, circling the pedestal to keep the anchor stone between herself and Harry. To earn your trust, to guide you toward the proper understanding of your bond. But I see Dumbledore's influence runs deeper than anticipated. What do you really want? Harry demanded, drawing his wand. Exactly what I've said all along: to restore the true potential of Phoenix magic. Blackthorn's expression hardened. The ancients understood what modern wizards have forgotten: that a Phoenix bond creates access to power beyond ordinary magic. The network of anchor stones was just one application. There were others, far more significant. Like what? Like permanent transference, Blackthorn said, eyes gleaming with fervent intensity. The ability to incorporate Phoenix magic directly into a human magical core. Not just temporarily, through a bond that can be broken by death or choice, but permanently. Harry felt a chill run through him. That's impossible. Not impossible. Just forgotten. The Order of the Solar Eye performed the ritual successfully in the past. The Order of the what? A brotherhood of Egyptian wizards dedicated to unlocking the secrets of Phoenix magic. They discovered that a properly prepared ritual circle, combined with the willing sacrifice of a bonded Phoenix, could transfer the bird's magical essence permanently to the wizard. Horror filled Harry as he understood the implications. Sacrifice? You're talking about killing Fawkes. Not killing, Blackthorn corrected, as if the distinction were crucial. Transforming. The Phoenix doesn't die, its essence merges with the wizard's, creating something greater than either alone. That's insane, Harry said, raising his wand higher. And it's never going to happen. Blackthorn sighed, as if disappointed by his reaction. I had hoped you were mature enough to understand the greater purpose here, Harry. This isn't about a single Phoenix or wizard. It's about reclaiming ancient magic that could transform wizarding society. By sacrificing Phoenixes. By elevating chosen wizards to their true potential. Imagine, the Phoenix's immortality, healing powers, and transportation abilities permanently integrated into a human magical core. No dependency on a separate being, no limitations of a bond that could break. The pieces suddenly clicked together in Harry's mind. You're not just researching this. You want to perform the ritual yourself. Blackthorn didn't deny it. I've spent decades tracking down the fragments of knowledge, locating the necessary components. This anchor stone is the final piece, a focus point of pure Phoenix magic, capable of channeling the transformative energies. And you need Fawkes. And you, Blackthorn corrected. The ritual requires a bonded pair. The stronger the bond, the more complete the transference. Harry's grip tightened on his wand. You're crazy if you think I'd ever agree to that. Agreement would be preferable, Blackthorn acknowledged. But not strictly necessary. The ritual can proceed with a restrained phoenix and a reluctant participant. With frightening speed, she cast a series of spells that filled the chamber with binding magic, glowing chains that sought to wrap around both Harry and Fawkes. Harry reflexively erected a shield charm, while Fawkes dissolved into flame to avoid the magical restraints. The phoenix reappeared behind Blackthorn, diving toward her with talons extended. She spun, deflecting the attack with a blast of wind that sent Fawkes tumbling through the air. Harry used the distraction to fire off a disarming spell, which Blackthorn barely blocked. Impressive reflexes, she commented, genuine admiration in her voice despite the circumstances. The burning has accelerated your development beautifully. Harry didn't bother responding, instead concentrating on maintaining his shield while seeking an opening for another attack. Through his bond with Fawkes, he coordinated their movements, the phoenix diving and attacking from different angles while Harry cast offensive spells whenever Blackthorn's attention shifted. The strategy might have worked against an ordinary opponent, but Blackthorn proved extraordinarily capable. She countered their coordinated attacks with fluid precision, her spells demonstrating both power and control far beyond typical defense against the dark arts instruction. You see how we dance around true power, she called during a brief lull in the exchange. Impressive as your bond is, it still limits you both. The phoenix restrained by human concerns, the wizard dependent on a separate magical being. Our bond isn't a limitation, Harry shot back. It's a strength. A child's perspective, Blackthorn dismissed. Understandable, but ultimately naive. The ancients knew better. She suddenly changed tactics, directing her spells at the chamber's ceiling. Ancient stonework cracked and crumbled, sending chunks of masonry raining down. Harry was forced to divide his attention between shielding himself and trying to counter Blackthorn's attacks. A particularly large stone fragment broke through his shield, striking his shoulder painfully. Harry stumbled, momentarily vulnerable. Blackthorn capitalized immediately, her binding spell wrapping magical cords around him before he could recover. Harry! Fawkes screeched, an actual word, the first time Harry had ever heard the phoenix produce something resembling human speech. The sound was raw and imperfect, but unmistakable. Blackthorn looked as shocked as Harry felt. Vocalization. At your age? The bond is even more advanced than I realized. Using Blackthorn's momentary distraction, Fawkes dived directly at Harry, disappearing into flame just before impact. The magical fire engulfed Harry, burning away the binding spell and restoring his freedom of movement. As the flames dissipated, Harry felt something different, a deeper connection, as if the brief immersion in phoenix fire had intensified their bond. Impressions flowed more clearly, more directly, together. Power. Union. Understanding instinctively what Fawkes was suggesting, Harry opened himself completely to the bond, allowing the phoenix's magic to flow freely into him and his magic to extend to Fawkes. Not a sacrifice or forced transference as Blackthorn had described, but a willing, temporary sharing of essence. Golden light surrounded them both as their magics intermingled. Harry felt his perceptions expand, his awareness extending throughout the chamber and beyond. He could sense the ancient magic in the walls, the dormant power in the anchor stone, the twisted determination in Blackthorn's core. No! Blackthorn cried, recognizing what was happening. This is wrong, undirected, unrefined. You'll damage the bond permanently. But Harry knew better. Through the expanded awareness, he understood this was exactly what the bond was meant to do in moments of great need, allow Phoenix and Wizard to function as a unified magical entity, greater than the sum of its parts. Moving with preternatural coordination, Harry raised his hand, not his wand hand, which still aimed his holly and phoenix feather wand at Blackthorn, but his empty left hand. Golden flames appeared in his palm, dancing and alive in a way ordinary magical fire never could be. "This is true Phoenix magic," Harry said, his voice overlaid with musical tones reminiscent of Fawkes's trills. "Not sacrifice. Not dominance. Partnership." Blackthorn's expression contorted with conflicting emotions, academic fascination battling with thwarted ambition. "You have no idea what you're doing," she warned. "This temporary melding is a pale shadow of what could be achieved through the proper ritual." "Maybe," Harry acknowledged, the Phoenix voice harmonizing with his own. "But it's our choice. Our magic. Not yours to take or control." With perfect synchronization, Harry cast a stunning spell with his wand while simultaneously projecting Phoenix fire from his left hand. The two magical forces intertwined, creating a spiraling beam of energy that Blackthorn couldn't possibly block or deflect. The combined spell struck her squarely in the chest, lifting her off her feet and slamming her against the chamber wall. She crumpled to the floor, unconscious but breathing. As the immediate danger passed, the golden aura surrounding Harry and Fawkes gradually faded. The expanded awareness receded, returning Harry to his normal perceptions. Fawkes settled on his shoulder, projecting exhaustion but also deep satisfaction through their bond. That was. Harry struggled to find words adequate to describe the experience. Amazing. Was that what Blackthorn was trying to achieve? Fawkes's response came with unusual clarity, similar/different. Permanent/temporary. Death/life. So it was similar to what she wanted, but temporary and freely chosen. The Phoenix trilled confirmation. "Can we do it again?" "Sometimes." "Need. Cost." Harry understood, the melding had taken significant magical energy from both of them. It wasn't something to be done casually or frequently. With Blackthorn secured, Harry turned his attention to the anchor stone. The crystal continued to pulse with blue light, seemingly activated by the magical battle that had occurred around it. "What should we do about this?" he asked Fawkes. Blackthorn said it was the final piece she needed for her ritual. Through their bond came a clear instruction: cleanse. Reclaim. Purpose. Understanding intuitively what was required, Harry approached the pedestal. Fawkes flew to perch at its edge, positioning himself above the crystal. With deliberate ceremony, the Phoenix shed a single tear that fell directly onto the ancient stone. The blue light shifted immediately, transitioning through purple to a warm gold that matched Fawkes's plumage. The murals on the walls seemed to brighten in response, the painted phoenixes almost appearing to move more fluidly in their eternal flight. Home. Connection. Legacy. Harry suddenly understood, this chamber hadn't been created by Nekabet or brought to Hogwarts by Gryffindor. It was much more fundamental than that. This was a phoenix sanctuary, created by and for phoenixes, existing in various forms throughout the world. The human wizards who discovered such places merely adapted them to their own purposes, sometimes respectfully, sometimes not. "This is a phoenix place," Harry said, understanding dawning. "It was never meant for human magic." Fawkes confirmed this with a gentle trill. Before they could explore further, the chamber door rumbled open. Dumbledore stood in the entrance, wand drawn, expression grave. His eyes quickly took in the scene: Blackthorn unconscious against the wall, the golden glowing anchor stone, Harry and Fawkes standing together at the pedestal. "I see I've arrived rather after the excitement," the headmaster observed, stepping into the chamber. "Are you hurt, Harry?" "Just my shoulder," Harry said, suddenly aware of the throbbing pain where the falling stone had struck him. "But I'm okay." "We're okay." Dumbledore approached Blackthorn, binding her with conjured ropes before reviving her with a quick spell. Her eyes fluttered open, focusing first on Dumbledore, then darting to Harry and Fawkes, and finally settling on the transformed anchor stone with an expression of dismay. "It's over, Serena," Dumbledore said quietly. "The Aurors are on their way." "You don't understand what you're throwing away," Blackthorn said bitterly. "The knowledge, the power, I understand more than you might think, Dumbledore interrupted. Including the cost of the ritual you planned. No magical advancement is worth the sacrifice of a sentient being against its will. Sentient? Blackthorn laughed harshly. It's a magical creature, Albus. Remarkable, yes. Powerful, certainly. But ultimately a tool for human wizards to use, as the ancients understood. And that, Dumbledore said sadly, is why you were never worthy of the knowledge you sought. You fundamentally misunderstood the relationship between phoenixes and wizards. Blackthorn's angry retort was cut short by the arrival of two Aurors, who secured and removed her with professional efficiency. According to Dumbledore's brief explanation, she would face charges of attempted magical creature exploitation, unauthorized research into forbidden rituals, and assault on a minor. When they were alone in the chamber, Dumbledore turned to Harry with a searching look. Now, perhaps you can explain how you came to be here on a Tuesday, when you should have been safely at the Burrow. Harry described how he'd felt Fawkes' alarm across the distance, how he'd managed self-initiated flame transportation for the first time, and the subsequent confrontation with Blackthorn. Most remarkable, Dumbledore murmured when he'd finished. Self-initiated transportation at your age. And then a partial essence melding during combat. Your bond continues to develop in extraordinary ways, Harry. You knew about the melding? That it was possible? Theoretically, Dumbledore nodded. Historical accounts mention similar phenomena in times of great need. But I've never witnessed it personally, not even during my long association with Fawkes before your bond formed. Harry glanced at the Phoenix, who watched them both with ancient, knowing eyes. Blackthorn said she was part of something called the Order of the Solar Eye. Do you know what that is? An ancient Egyptian magical brotherhood, ostensibly dedicated to studying Phoenix magic, Dumbledore confirmed. I had no idea Serena was affiliated with them. They were believed extinct for centuries. She said they performed rituals to permanently transfer Phoenix magic to wizards. Dumbledore's expression darkened. If such rituals were ever successful, the knowledge was mercifully lost to time. The ethical implications are deeply troubling. Why would someone want permanent Phoenix powers badly enough to sacrifice a Phoenix? Harry asked, still struggling to understand Blackthorn's motivation. Power has always been the most seductive force in human experience, magical or mundane, Dumbledore said gravely. Immortality, healing, transportation that bypasses all known magical barriers. These capabilities represent ultimate freedom and security to those who covet such things. Harry looked around at the ancient chamber, at the murals depicting phoenixes in flight, at the golden glowing anchor stone that had nearly become a focus for terrible magic. What is this place, really? He asked. Blackthorn called it an anchor stone chamber, but Fawkes showed me it's something else, something older. Indeed it is, Dumbledore agreed. This is a Phoenix Nexus, a natural convergence of magical energies that phoenixes have used since time immemorial. Human wizards later discovered and sometimes adapted such places, but they exist independent of human magic. There are others. Besides this one. Throughout the world, yes. Their locations are known only to phoenixes themselves, shared occasionally with trusted bonded wizards. Dumbledore glanced at Fawkes with obvious respect. I suspect Fawkes allowed you to find this one because the time was right. Through their bond, Harry sensed confirmation. Fawkes had indeed led him here deliberately, knowing the confrontation with Blackthorn was necessary. So what happens now? Harry asked. With the chamber, I mean. That, Dumbledore said, is for you and Fawkes to decide. The Nexus has recognized you both through the Tear ritual. It awaits your direction. Harry looked to Fawkes, seeking guidance. The impressions that flowed through their bond were complex but clear: protect. Preserve. Future. I think we're supposed to protect it, Harry said slowly. Keep it safe for whatever comes next. Dumbledore nodded, as if this answer confirmed his own thoughts. A worthy purpose. Now, shall we inform the Weasleys that you're safe? I imagine they're quite concerned by your sudden disappearance. The aftermath of the confrontation with Blackthorn unfolded over the following weeks. The professor was held for trial, with Harry providing memories of the event for the Wisengamot's review. The Phoenix Chamber, or Nexus, as Dumbledore called it, was secured with additional protections, accessible only to Harry, Fawkes, and the headmaster himself. Harry's sudden ability to self-initiate flame transportation created a sensation in the Department of Magical Transportation, prompting yet another round of Ministry researchers seeking to study the Phoenix Bond. Dumbledore deftly managed these requests, establishing strict protocols that protected Harry's privacy while allowing limited observational research. More significant to Harry himself was the deepened connection with Fawkes. The temporary essence melding they'd experienced during the battle had permanently enhanced their bond, making communication clearer and more nuanced. Though they hadn't attempted another full melding, the magical cost being too high for casual use, Harry could now understand Fawkes's intentions with unprecedented clarity. As winter settled over Hogwarts and the Burrow, Harry continued his specialized education with renewed purpose. The confrontation with Blackthorn had demonstrated both his progress and the challenges that still lay ahead. His unique position as a Phoenix-bonded wizard would always attract those who sought to use or understand his abilities. On the last day of term before the Christmas holiday, Harry met with Dumbledore for their final lesson of the year. Snow fell gently outside the tower windows, coating the castle grounds in pristine white. "Your progress this term has been remarkable, Harry," Dumbledore said, his blue eyes twinkling over his half-moon spectacles. "Far beyond what I anticipated when we arranged this apprenticeship program." "It hasn't exactly gone as planned," Harry noted wryly, thinking of Blackthorn's betrayal and the discovery of the Phoenix Nexus. "Indeed not," Dumbledore chuckled. "But then, the most valuable educational experiences rarely follow our carefully constructed syllabi." Harry nodded, absently stroking Fawkes's feathers as the Phoenix perched contentedly on his knee. "Sir, there's something I've been wondering about." "Something Blackthorn said during our confrontation." "Yes. She mentioned my burning, the first one last year. She seemed to think it was particularly important, that it had accelerated my development beautifully, as she put it." "Was there something special about it?" "Beyond what you told me, I mean." Dumbledore was silent for a moment, considering his response. "Serena was not wrong that your first burning was unusual," he finally said. "The intensity, the completeness of the transformation. These suggested a particularly powerful bond. But there's more, isn't there?" Harry pressed, sensing the headmaster's careful editing. "Something about my scar." Fawkes stirred on his knee, sending impressions of truth. "Time. Ready." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly at the Phoenix's evident message. "Fawkes believes you're prepared to hear this." "Very well." He leaned forward, his expression growing serious. "When Voldemort's killing curse rebounded that night at Godric's Hollow, it left more than a physical mark upon you, Harry. There was a connection, a parasitic magical link that concerned me greatly." "A link to Voldemort?" Harry asked, his stomach tightening with dread. "Yes. The nature of that link was something I spent years researching, seeking a safe method to sever it without causing you harm." Dumbledore's gaze shifted to Fawkes. "And then, remarkably, Fawkes chose you. Formed a bond that should have been impossible with a child so young." Realization dawned on Harry. He knew about the link. "That's why he came when I was 3, not later." "So I believe," Dumbledore nodded. "Phoenix tears have extraordinary healing properties. The bond itself carries purifying magic beyond even that. Your first burning completed what the initial bonding began, the complete eradication of Voldemort's magical signature from your scar." Harry sat with this information, processing its implications. "So Fawkes saved me. Not just from the Dursleys, but from whatever Voldemort's magic might have done." "Indeed. Though I suspect his choice went beyond mere healing." Phoenixes see patterns in time and magic that we humans cannot perceive. Fawkes chose you for what you might become, not just to heal what had been done. Through their bond, Harry felt Fawkes's gentle confirmation. The Phoenix had indeed seen something in him, potential, purpose, a future role not yet fully revealed. Will Voldemort return? Harry asked, voicing the question that had lingered unspoken in his mind for years. Is that why Fawkes chose me? To prepare me? I cannot say with certainty, Dumbledore admitted. There are signs, portents that suggest Tom Riddle found methods to tether himself to life beyond ordinary means. If he does return, the Phoenix bond will certainly prove valuable in the conflict that would follow. But that's not the only reason, Harry said with sudden conviction, interpreting the impressions flowing from Fawkes. The bond isn't just about Voldemort or fighting or protection. It's about something new. Something that's supposed to come after. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled with approval. Your interpretation of the bond continues to impress, Harry. Yes, I believe you're right. Phoenix magic has always represented rebirth, renewal, transformation. Perhaps your bond with Fawkes signifies not just the end of one dark era but the beginning of something brighter. As if in agreement, Fawkes began to sing, a Phoenix song unlike any Harry had heard before. It filled Dumbledore's office with warmth and light, a melody that spoke of spring following winter, dawn after darkness, hope beyond struggle. The headmaster closed his eyes, listening with evident emotion. I haven't heard that particular song in many years, he murmured. The Song of Becoming, the Phoenixes call it. A rather auspicious way to end our term. When the song concluded, Harry felt renewed certainty about his path forward. Whatever challenges awaited, his next burning, the possibility of Voldemort's return, the continued interest in his abilities from friends and foes alike, he would face them with Fawkes at his side and the Weasleys supporting him. I should get home, he said, rising from his chair. The family's waiting. We're decorating the Christmas tree tonight. Dumbledore nodded, understanding as always the importance of these normal, loving moments in balancing the extraordinary demands of Harry's magical development. Give Arthur and Molly my warmest regards, the headmaster said. And Harry? Happy Christmas. Happy Christmas, Professor. As Fawkes settled onto his shoulder, preparing for flame transportation back to the burrow, Harry felt profound gratitude for the strange, wonderful path his life had taken. From a cupboard under the stairs to a Phoenix bond that spanned millennia of magical history, a journey that had brought him family, purpose, and a future bright with possibility. In a burst of Phoenix fire, they vanished from Hogwarts, returning home to the people who had made all the difference. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.